That Zahraa Ali had essentially made complaints to you that Isaiah was changing her daughter's mind. And I believe you said that she said he was a danger. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that conversation with the two, sometimes Haneen was speaking, sometimes Zahraa was speaking, and sometimes they were speaking essentially together or over top of each other. Is that an accurate relay of your testimony?
Yes.
And but throughout that course of interaction, you were engaging with them and they were volunteering that information. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay. I believe also during the course of that testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, you indicated that you didn't see any visible signs of injury to either woman, and they made several statements about what they believed had occurred.
That's correct.
Or at least what they wanted you to know had occurred.
Correct.
And then you kind of explained what the manner in which that communication occurred and how responsive they were to directives to you regarding whether they could see or speak with Ihsan Ali. Do you recall that?
I do.
During the course of these events, do you have a body camera?
I do, yes.
And tell me how that body camera is activated, or how that body camera works, if you will, please, ma'am.
So the body cams that we wear can be activated in a couple different ways. One is manually, where we hit the button. When we arrive on scene, it'll begin recording. The other way is it's activated by a signal. So in my case, for this incident, I was arriving on scene from another location in my patrol vehicle. So when I activated my vehicle's lights and sirens, it automatically started my body cam while I was driving.
Okay. And do you recall exactly how long that body camera footage was of that day in full?
I think it's roughly 50 minutes long. It's fairly long.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity prior to this afternoon to review that body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
When and where did you have an opportunity to do that?
This morning at 8:30 a.m.
Okay. And where at?
At the courthouse here in the meeting room.
Okay. And prior to reviewing that body camera here, did you have an opportunity to review it on your own system to watch the whole 52 minutes prior to testifying?
I did, yes.
During the course of questioning, do you recall the state asking you questions along the lines of, without repeating anything that Haneen Ali told you, what did Zahraa say to you?
I do remember this, yes.
And so, to be clear, if your body camera captured a video, would that video be with both of them speaking?
Yes.
So when you reviewed the video at the state's office this morning, was some of Haneen's statements redacted out, consistent with the way questions have been asked to you previously?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Petitioner?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 122. Ask you to look at that silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a USB drive.
And what is that a USB drive of?
It'll be a short video of my body cam footage from the date of the incident.
Okay, and when you say a short video, do you mean it's the portion addressing that conversation about which we've just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your review of that video, did that appear to be a true and accurate video with those redactions for Haneen's statements where she's speaking essentially on her own?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. At this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 122.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No.
Mr. Larry?
They are.
122 shall be admitted.
Thank you. May I retrieve and publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And playing it. How long is this video, officer? Can you see?
I can see the date at the top. I think it's roughly 4 minutes.
So a little over 4 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. And before I start this video, what is the date time notation at the top? What is the jury looking at here in terms of your body camera?
It's going to be year 2024, October 18th at roughly 2:44 p.m.
Okay. And underneath, are you looking at the upper right-hand corner of the start of this video before it's playing next to the yellow triangle indicator?
I am.
I'm hitting play.
We woke up 5 o'clock in the morning. He keep changing his mind. He thought about it. Go.
Okay, so how did you end up here?
I'm so around in the streets. Look, we just found him right here.
So when you found her here, what did you do? What?
No, you know this guy. You know this guy.
I thought they was gonna let us see it because it was 2 grown adults, but all right. Okay.
What's going on? We still. They don't. My husband. Yeah, they don't. Two people are punching him. You know that. You know this guy. This guy did that to my daughter.
So I think when I got here, your dad was on the ground and was being held down by another
He
male.
was getting punched and held down.
Okay.
By Isaiah and
Another
person.
person. Okay, and then what happened after that? Where were you guys?
His I was holding my sister. Pushed me also. Trying to get me I was like, back off, don't touch me. He's not letting me hug her. He's not letting me touch me. She's my sister. Why is he doing this? And then they pushed me also me. They pushed my mom and they yelled me on the floor. And they think my daughter would have when they got her away in the school.
So you're saying he punched her or pushed her?
All of us, all at once, like this, and they pushed me in that problem.
He's almost not over there. When he is done, let him talk. He's just about wrapped up over there.
The officer came.
see these people? Do you see them under music or the?
I'm familiar with the last time we were out with you guys.
This is family, it's doctor, my daughter. This is doctor.
You said you were holding your sister.
And pushed my mom and punched her, yes, onto the ground, and then take my daughter and then run away in the school. Go in the school then.
Stay over here with me. Keep talking to me. Man, keep talking with me. Man,
Get off the car. Get off the car.
so you said that they took Fatima and put her into the school.
Get off the car.
You can't do this. This is just it. Just
You
it.
can watch him from right here.
So Officer Chavez, to be clear, that's the testimony that you provided consistent before regarding that conversation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that testimony, did it become, did Zahraa Ali make it obvious who she believed was the bad person in this event?
She did.
Yeah. And who did she blame that on? Any comments about her husband's actions whatsoever to you?
She did not.
Okay. I'm going to show you what will be State's Exhibit 123 to 132. Mayor Pro Turner?
You may.
I apologize, they're currently stacked backwards, but I would ask you to look at State's Exhibits 123 to 132 and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what I've handed you there in State's Exhibits 123 to 132?
I do.
And what are those?
These are images from my body cam.
And those images from your body cam, does that cover essentially sporadically throughout that entire 52 minutes, or is it just the portion that we watched a moment ago?
It's from when my body cam turns on while I'm en route to the location throughout the whole interaction.
And in terms of that 52 minutes, is all of that 52 minutes investigatory time? Is it interspersed with other things? How would you describe the entirety of your time on scene, or so to speak, from the time you got the call to the time you departed the scene?
I would say that the commuting time between receiving the call and answering for it and arriving at the scene to be inconsequential, not really part of any kind of investigative step.
Is it fair to say a lot of things happened during the course of a response time on scene that may not be significant in terms of your investigation?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 123 to 132.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No.
Mr. Larry? 123 through 132 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish them?
You may.
And Officer Chavez, I'm going to first show you publish what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 123. Just because we're not watching the entirety of the 52 minutes, Officer, I just want you to give a sense, please, to the jury of what they're looking at in these photos over the course of the 52 minutes. We'll get it to autofocus. There it goes. So what are we at here? What are we looking at in 123, Officer Chavez?
So this is going to be myself in the driver's seat. I believe this would be right when my body cam had turned on.
Was that
As a-
identified by the 2 seconds here on the bottom left-hand corner at the start of that elapsed time?
Yes,
Okay. And same date time, is that indicated in the upper right-hand corner of this exhibit?
correct.
And how much time does it say the total body cam time is, officer? Can you see that?
No, I'm not sure which number that is. You mean at the time, the date?
No, no, the
14,
elapsed
15?
time, the length of the body camera,
Oh, 02 seconds.
52:37?
Oh, on that side, yes. The entire length, yes, is 52:37.
And showing you States Exhibit 124. What are we looking at here?
This is after I've exited my patrol vehicle and I'm approaching the scene.
Okay, and about how much time has elapsed at this point?
4 minutes and 41 seconds.
And when you say exited your patrol vehicle, just to recap, had you parked your vehicle in the street? Is that
I
what your
had,
prior
yes.
testimony was?
Yes.
States Exhibit 125. What time are we at on this photograph?
This will be 9 minutes and 21 seconds after my body cam started.
Okay, and do you recall what's happening at this point?
I do, yes.
What's happening at this point?
This is when I returned to my vehicle to look for witness statement forms.
And were you out of those statement forms?
I was.
And you testified to that the other day, is that correct?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 126. What are we looking at here?
This is in front of the Timberline High School, roughly near where the IAT bus stop is.
And how much time has elapsed?
20 minutes and 21 seconds.
And maybe a silly question, but who is pictured here on the right-hand side?
No.
States Exhibit 127. How much time has elapsed at this point?
24 minutes and 52 seconds.
And what are you doing at this time?
This is when I'm repositioning my vehicle from Mullen Road into the parking lot of Timberline High School.
And you testified about that the other day as well, correct?
Correct.
States Exhibit 128. How far are we into the video here?
29 minutes and 34 seconds.
And that 29 minutes and 34 seconds, is that part of the conversation that we just watched in terms of Exhibit 133?
Yes.
Okay. So is that a little over halfway into your time on scene that this conversation occurred?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 129. And what time is this occurring?
This is 35 minutes after my body cam began.
And do you recognize who's pictured here?
Yes.
Who's pictured in this photograph?
The officer that's speaking with the family members is Corporal. And then standing next to him in between myself and Corporal Stanford is Officer Hain.
Do you recall what was occurring during this period of time?
Yes.
And what was occurring during this period of time?
This is when they were asking to see their husband. And
Mr. Ali,
yes,
was Corporal Stanford facilitating that, so to speak?
yes.
States Exhibit 130. What time are we at here?
51 minutes and 6 seconds.
Okay, and what is pictured or depicted in this still shot?
This would be Ihsan and Zahraa as they're walking away from the officers towards their vehicle.
Oh, I'm sorry. What time was that at? I don't recall if I asked you that.
The 51 minutes and 6 seconds.
Thank you. States Exhibit 131. What time are we at here?
That's cut off on the screen. 51 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay, and who's pictured here almost at the dead center of that photograph?
That was Ihsan and Zahraa as they were walking back to their vehicle.
Okay. And the very end of your body camera from that day or from this incident, what is depicted here? First of all, what time are we at?
52 minutes and 37 seconds, and that's Corporal.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination. Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you for returning, Officer Chavez. What was the purpose for you to talk to Zahraa Ali?
Well, I was assigned to go and kind of stand with them, just kind of as a crowd control, make sure that they didn't try to go back into the school to go back into or go to speak to Mr. Ali. While I was kind of standing there, they saw me, approached me, and began to speak to me, so I engaged.
Okay. And it appeared that you were taking notes.
Correct.
Tell me about that process. Why do you take notes?
It's something that I personally do all of the time. I like the tactile reinforcement to help me remember things. So typically I'll have my notebook out anytime that I'm talking with somebody, just in case something relevant comes up or they want me to take something down. I'll have it out there and ready.
Okay. Did you deem anything that they had shared with you relevant?
Just what they had written down, or I had written down initially when they were telling me that they were punched and pushed to the ground.
We saw body-worn video. What is the process for uploading body-worn video?
So at the end of my shift, or if there's a critical incident that occurs, I can dock the camera back at the police station and it'll automatically upload that, any footage that was taken throughout my shift.
So if there was if for some reason you never activated your body-worn video during a shift, you would not upload. There would be no video to upload. Fair?
If the camera is not in sleep mode, it automatically buffers every 30 seconds. I believe that a supervisor is able to access that, but it doesn't record full-length videos as the one that was taken that day.
But in this situation, you knew it was activated because lights and sirens in the car automatically activates the body-worn, correct?
Correct.
And so you then, at the end of the shift, would have then docked it to then upload it to a server?
Correct.
Does supervisors routinely review your body-worn video after each shift?
I believe so.
Okay. Whole thing?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You also write supplemental reports, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of the reports?
Purpose of the reports to provide any kind of information that may be relevant to the primary officer's report. If we're collecting information from somebody, if we're on scene for an extended duration and interacting with people who are either witnesses or involved parties.
Okay. And so this incident obviously would have qualified for you to write a report, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you did, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you documented talking to Caleb Fish. Or her daughter,
Correct.
in terms of that she saw her husband being punched in the head repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
That was done by Isaiah Williams. That Isaiah had pushed her off, correct?
Correct.
And no documentation as to her demeanor, correct?
Correct.
So the clip that we saw, video exhibit number 122, we are provided primarily with the answers of Zahraa Ali, correct?
Correct.
But we also know that Haneen did provide information, but that has been redacted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Zahraa Ali appeared extremely distraught. Agreed?
Correct.
Extremely sad,
Upset.
worried,
Correct.
specifically about her daughter, right?
It was difficult to tell.
She talked about, they took my daughter away. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
And that she indicated that Isaiah was saying, go, go, go. Correct?
Correct.
She appeared very worried about her daughter, right?
It was my opinion that she seemed more worried about her husband.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
She was talking about her daughter being taken away, correct?
Correct.
And she appeared distraught and sad and worried about that fact. Do you disagree?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is there a reason why you didn't include the information provided by Zahraa Ali in your supplemental report?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Yes, sir.
Were you told not to?
I wasn't instructed not to. I was instructed that my primary role at that time was just the students that I'd spoken to, and that the primary officer would be conducting interviews with the family members and doing all the follow-up.
Who was the primary officer?
Officer Hain.
Okay. Do you know whether that ever happened?
I don't know. No.
Okay. Did you see that happen on scene?
No, sir.
Doesn't it also make sense to document in case the story's changed?
I suppose so.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Thank you. Officer Chavez, Mr. Leary keeps saying, isn't it important to document? And you didn't document, but you did document, correct? You did a supplemental report, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was pretty lengthy and it described everything that we just reviewed.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was after the fact, fair?
Yes, ma'am.
But you did in fact create a supplemental report contrary to what was just implied by counsel. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And you're not the primary officer. And normally, is it fair to say in the process of doing an investigation, different tasks are laid out to different people?
Correct.
And you were not the primary officer in this case, correct?
Correct.
Previously, and I want to make sure I understand, Miss Ali, you said seemed upset, but did you notice any tears or anything of that indication?
No, I did not.
And during the course of her presentation to you, she made a lot of statements about what happened to her physically. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you observe anything on her person consistent with what she was saying to you?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. O'Leary.
Nothing further.
You may step down. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Arnold.
Hello.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Tracy Arnold, Arnold.
And Ms. Arnold, are you employed?
I am.
How so?
I am employed by the Educational Service District 113 True North.
And what is your title? What do you do for them?
My title is Student Assistance Professional.
What is that?
I am a addiction counselor and behavioral health counselor.
And can you somewhat briefly explain your education training background?
Yeah. I have a master's degree in behavioral health and a master's certificate in addiction counseling.
Okay. How many years of school is that?
6 years.
Okay. How long have you been working in this profession?
11 years.
Where are you currently located for your job?
I'm located at Timberline High School.
Okay. And where is your office in terms of Timberline High School?
My office is in the front office, the attendant's office.
And
I'm going to have you scoot your chair forward just a little bit so you can push that microphone.
okay. All right. So we want to make sure that our court reporter can hear you to write it down.
Okay.
Also set the interpreters in the back of the courtroom
Okay.
can hear as well. So if you can think about speaking loud enough to them in the back. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And were you employed, well, let me back up. You said that you were employed as a student assistance professional. You're located in Timberline High School, but do you actually work for Timberline High School
I
or
do
someone
not.
else?
No, I work for True North.
Explain to me what that means.
So my agency contracts with many districts, and so we are contracted with North Thurston Public Schools.
Okay. And so on October 18th, 2024, were you located at Timberline High School?
Yes.
Were you located there within that capacity?
Yes.
And were you at work on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
What were you doing that day? Describe kind of generally that day for me.
Yeah. So I generally spend my day working with students. I have a caseload of clients that are in my services. I have students that come see me that are not in services, that just know who I am and grab snacks throughout the day. I do individual sessions and assessments.
Okay. And are you familiar with a student by the name of Fatima Ali?
Yes.
Is Fatima on your caseload, or you just know her otherwise?
I do not have her on my caseload, and I never have. I just know her from working at the school and being familiar with other students.
Okay. And when you say working at the school, how do you know Fatima?
I knew Fatima from the year before, 2023-2024 school year. I kind of have odd hours where I work till 5:30 or 6, which is after school. And Fatima and her sister Noor would often stay after school for hours until someone picked them up. And they would often come by my office and I would give them food and snacks until they got picked up.
And you said you're in the front office. If you're in the front office, and do you know where Miss West and Miss Kinley's desks are?
Yes.
Where is your office in relation? If somebody's standing and they're looking at their desks, where would your office be?
Okay, so there are 3 doors to the right of the attendant's office desk where Miss West and Miss Kinley sit. And I would be the middle door, just to the right behind their desk.
Okay. Do you know of a student by the name of Isaiah?
Did not.
Okay. On October 18th, 2024, as it relates to student Fatima Ali, do you recall any incidents of significance occurring?
Yes.
Without repeating anything that anyone told you, can you please tell the jury what you remember about that day as it relates to that student Fatima throughout the day, as it began before you got to the end of the day?
Okay. I did not see Fatima at all that day. I did not see her until just a couple minutes before the bell rang for the end of the day.
Okay. And where do you see Fatima towards the end of the day?
Well, I often stand outside my office as the bell rings to just see kids off. And I happened to step outside of my office and look to my left, and I could see Fatima standing in front of the principal's office where there's some chairs located.
Okay. Did Fatima appear to have any items with her at the time that you observed?
Yes, she had 2 bags with her.
And how did Fatima look at the time that you saw her, if you recall?
Yeah. She looked a lot thinner than the last time I had seen her. She looked very frail, skinny. She looked scared.
And do you recall when you had seen her prior to that?
Probably in September at some point.
Of that same school year?
Yes.
And at the time that this occurs, how far into the school year are we? Like a month, a couple of weeks, something different?
I think about like 5 or 6 weeks into the school year.
And so what do you do or see next once you see Fatima sitting out there with her bags?
Yes, I looked to my left and I could see Liz Robinson in the office to the right of mine, and she was going through a box of hats.
And what do you mean by a box of hats?
Yeah, we have donations throughout the year where people will knit hats, and we give them away for free at Christmas time to anybody who wants one.
Who is, you said Liz Robinson. Who is Liz Robinson?
She's the school mental health counselor.
And so when you saw Ms. Robinson going through a box of hats, again, without repeating anything that anyone told you, what happened next?
I asked her what was going on.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with her about that?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that conversation, what did you do next?
After she told me what she told me, I walked over to Fatima and gave her a hug and told her if she needed anything, she knew where my office was.
Okay, and then what happened next?
Fatima was putting her hair into that hat, and then she requested a mask to put on her face.
And where did the mask come from?
One of the staff members in the principal office, one of the receptionists or secretaries there.
Okay, do you know what that secretary's name is?
I believe it was Gina.
Okay. And when you say a mask, what kind of mask?
It's like a blue COVID mask, like made out of paper.
And where did that come from, if you recall?
From the staff member, I believe there's probably a stack of them.
Somewhere in that office?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after she's given a hat, after she's given that mask? I believe you said she put her hair up into that hat. What happens next?
I turn around and go back to my office.
Okay. And does something additional then happen after you have returned to your office?
Yes.
What happens next?
Liz Robinson came in from outside and stood outside my office with me.
Okay. And are you back in your office now, or are you standing outside of your office?
I'm standing outside my office.
Okay. And so about what time is this?
Probably maybe either 2:05 to 2:15. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. So shortly after school has ended, is that
Yes.
correct? And do you know about how long that time lapse was from saying essentially goodbye to Fatima and Liz Robinson returning?
I would guess maybe 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
But I'm not quite sure.
Do you remember seeing any other students leaving with Fatima at the time she left?
I did not.
Okay. No other students, at least in the office with her when she was getting the hat or the mask. Is that correct?
Not that I saw.
Okay. So when Mrs. Robinson comes back, again, without repeating anything that anyone told you, what happens next?
We're just making small talk.
Okay. And at this point, based on what you have observed, do you have any concerns?
Yes.
And without being specific about those concerns, what is the nature of those concerns?
Sustained.
Do you have any specific concerns about Fatima?
Yes.
And what is the nature of that concern?
The nature.
I'm sorry. It's
Objection as to relevance.
members of the jury. At this time, I'm going to ask that the bailiffs come forward and take you back to the jury room for a brief break. Please be seated. I'm actually going to have you sit down and step outside the courtroom, and we'll bring you back in a few minutes. Ms. Stone, relevance?
Yes, Your Honor. As we have talked about with both Miss Robinson, as we've talked about with Miss Waltermeyer, this is an individual who has known now Fatima for a couple of years. She's not on her caseload, but she has interacted with her. She's had an opportunity to see her over the course of 2 years. And on this day, again, without asking her for specifics associated with that, she has indicated that she had a concern for her. It is relevant for the jury, I think, to understand that this is yet another adult that shared that concern. based on the information that they had and their observations of Fatima specifically, that it again rebuts the implication that Fatima is a liar and making all of this up. Additionally, I think it's a clarification certainly that she wasn't concerned Fatima was going to get lost walking to the bus stop. It was a generalized concern. I anticipate she's going to say something along the lines of for Fatima's safety based on what she had witnessed and what she knows of Fatima. That is directly in line with the nature of the other testimony that has been provided and deemed relevant in this case by those other witnesses.
Just one moment. All right, go ahead.
She knows Fatima from after school and through her sister Nora. Doesn't have any specific relationship with her beyond that. I didn't object to her testifying that she appeared thinner, frail, and scared. She then has a conversation with Ms. Robinson, who tells me what's going on. And now what is the concern? We've already, Waltmeyer has testified to her concern. So has Ms. Robinson. To me, this is cumulative and simply, basically, her concern is going to be informed by what happened afterward and by Ms. Robinson's statement. That's what happened. She's not an employee of the school. She's a contract mental health provider and drug and alcohol treatment provider who has no professional relationship with Fatima. I think this goes beyond the court's ruling about individual people who have specific relationships with Fatima or on behalf of the school. I don't think it's proper to add this testimony, and it's cumulative at best.
Ms. Stone, anything further?
It's not cumulative, it's different. It's a different witness with a different perspective based on different interactions. And she initiated that part of the conversation about saying just in the last 6 weeks, she looked different. She looked thinner, she looked frail, she looked scared. And that is different than how I saw her even 6 weeks ago. And she's known her now at this point for going on 2 years. So it is consistent with those statements that Ms. Waltermeyer made and Ms. Robinson made. It is a different set of observations about the same individual who has an ongoing concern. It is also consistent, I will reinforce with what Ms. Waltermeyer said about these are people that that student Fatima Ali has had a relationship with and built that relationship with over the course of her time at Timberline High School. And that is consistent with Ms. Waltermeyer's concern about her being transferred to another high school. So this is yet another adult that reestablishes that relationship and an understanding of Fatima. So I think that is relevant as we're going into this. And I would disagree that her understanding or her concern is based on what Ms. Robinson told her about that day versus and what she saw after the fact. She's already described what she observed herself, and that in and of itself is concerning.
All right, thank you. I'm going to sustain the objection. This witness answering a question as to any specific concern that she had on that day is different than the testimony I allowed by Ms. Robinson and Ms. Waltermeyer. Ms. Robinson was an actual provider to Fatima at the school and was able to testify as to those interactions and what she observed in the day in question and her interactions with her in the day in questions, and therefore the concerns based upon her historical relationship with her and then what was happening that day. And I've already indicated why I found that that was relevant and admissible above Mrs. Ali's objection. for Ms. Walter Meyer, that I also allowed her to discuss her concern as the vice principal. Contrary to what Mr. Leary said, I did not let her talk about on behalf of the school. In fact, I excluded that. However, she was the vice principal. She had had interactions with the family itself and worked with the family. When I say the family, I mean Mrs. Ali. Because of that connection and her contacts with Fatima related to her schooling and ultimately moving to online schooling, I allowed some of the testimony regarding her concerns based upon her work with Fatima and with the family. This witness has never worked directly with Fatima, knows her from the school. She has testified as to what she observed on that day, and that she described how she what she witnessed and how she described how Fatima was presenting prior to school being let out. But what the nature of her concern is not relevant. I would also indicate that it was informed somewhat, certainly by hearsay from her discussions with Miss Robinson, when Ms. Robinson told her what was going on. Therefore, I am going to sustain the objection. I don't find her testimony as to what the specifics of the concern were is relevant as it relates to the issues in this case. I'll have the bailiffs bring the jury back in, please, and we can have Ms. Arnold return to the stand.
Would you like me to remain standing? You can be seated or stand, however you prefer.
Yeah, I was just wondering, and that's why I only put that question in there, is because they didn't have resource officer. Hindsight is 20. That's very concerning to me, especially when you know that you have already he was placed in
Observed Fatima. She looked thinner than you had seen her about 6 weeks prior. I believe the word you used also was frail and scared.
Sustained.
Was that your testimony previously?
Yes.
Sustained.
And when we,
What was that?
Move to strike.
The last question and answer will be stricken.
and so after you've seen Fatima go out in that condition that you have described, and you are standing there, you said Miss Robinson came back. What happens next?
We are talking, and a couple minutes into talking, Fatima comes in the front door.
Okay, and when you say Fatima comes in the front door, where are you? When you say you're talking, where are you in relation to Fatima coming in the front door?
Yeah, I think we were standing a little closer to the attendant's office desk, so a little bit farther from the front of my door of my office.
Okay, and who is in the office at this time?
I know for sure Miss West and Miss Kinley and myself and Liz.
Okay, and you said Fatima comes in the front door of where?
That leads from the main office to the common areas.
Okay, and what happens when Fatima comes in the main office?
She's trying to scream. She's really loud, but her voice is really gravelly. She's running towards us past the office desk there, and she is saying something, and while she's screaming.
And so how does she, first of all, how does she appear to you in terms of demeanor when you see Fatima?
Demeanor, she looks terrified. She looked like she was in fear. She looked like she was in pain.
And what about physically, how did she appear? You'd seen her when she'd left just a little bit before. How did she appear now? Same or something different?
Something different.
What does that different look like?
She was kind of staggering as she was coming in. She was trying to go as fast as she could. I think that she just was not capable of like fully running while she's making or saying things.
And you described her as appearing terrified and fear and in pain. What does that look like physically?
Yeah, it's mostly the expression on her face. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cry.
That's okay. What does that look like?
She looked, thank you, like her face was scrunched up, maybe a little bit red. It's really hard to describe fear.
Sure.
But she just looked really scared.
And you said she was saying something at the time. What was she saying at the time?
She was yelling to her best ability. She was saying, "He tried to kill me. My dad tried to kill me. He was choking me."
And what happens next?
Very quickly after, maybe just a second or two, the student who I now know is after following her.
Okay. And going back for a moment, when Fatima is making these statements to you, is she gesturing in any way?
She has her hands up near her neck as she's making those statements.
Okay. And what do you do when she makes those statements to you and the other student, Isaiah?
I turn to my left to Liz and I say, "Get them in a locked room."
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I turn to Liz and I say, "Get them into a locked room."
And what do you do?
I turn and head for the front door that leads to the commons.
And what happens with them?
I saw them start to run away before I turned around.
And when you see run away where?
From the main office towards the principal's area.
And what is everybody else doing? So you said it was you, Miss Robinson, Denise, is that Denise Kinley?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, I believe, Miss West, is that Sosa West?
Yes.
What is everybody else doing during this time?
I'm not aware of what Denise Kinley and Sosa West are really doing at that time. It was a matter of seconds.
So you said you went towards those glass doors. What happens next?
As I'm hurrying to the doors, I grab the door, which is a locking door, to shut it, and I shut the door.
And are those front doors coming into the office or a different set of doors?
It's the glass door that leads from the commons into the office.
Okay. And does anyone else come in that you see as you're going through the process of closing those doors?
Yes. Ms. Ali has come through the door before I was able to shut it all the way.
Okay. And what happens next?
After I shut the door, I turn around and run around Ms. Ali towards the vice principal's office.
So did Mrs. Ali go around you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you go towards the vice principal's office, where is that?
That's completely across the main office to the other side.
Do you know at this point where Mrs. Robinson And those two students, Fatima and
No.
and what do you do next?
I run around Ms. Ali to get to the 2 double doors that lead towards the vice principal's office, the doors that Liz and the 2 students ran through.
Okay, so you know they went through those 2 doors, you just don't know where they went thereafter?
Correct.
And what do you do once you get to those 2 doors?
I grab both of those doors from the inside of the principal's office side, and I'm shutting them.
Okay, and when you shut them, how many doors are in the back side of that office? I believe you previously said 3, is that correct?
The ones that lead from the main office to the vice principal's. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. You can't ask questions, she'll ask you. That's
Okay,
fine.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you don't understand a question, just let me know you
Okay.
don't understand it and I'll rephrase it, okay?
Yes, can you rephrase that?
Yes, absolutely. So previously, when you indicated, you were talking about the front office and you said, I believe there were 3 sets of doors to the back and yours is the middle door. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you're talking about that admin door, or excuse me, that front office, and you're talking about the administration doors, where in the set of 3, if you're looking at the back of the front office, is that set of doors?
If I'm looking at my office,
Mhm.
it's to the right of that.
Okay. And when you're in trying to close those doors, are you closing them from the office side, the administration side, or something else?
The administration side.
And explain what happens next.
As I'm trying to close the doors, they're kind of on like hydraulics. They close very slowly, and I was just putting my body pressure on them to close them as fast as I could.
Did they close as quickly as the front doors did?
No, they did not.
And you described Mrs. Ali came in. How did you know it was Mrs. Ali? What about that? What about her indicated to you that it was Mrs. Ali?
She was yelling, "Where's my daughter?" I saw my daughter go through there. Where's my daughter?
And how was she dressed at the time, if you recall?
She was wearing a long either dress or pants, dark in color, and she had her headscarf on.
And do you actually get those pressurized doors closed?
I do.
And what happens next?
On the inside, the administration side, there's a bar that you can push to open and shut those doors. And I grabbed onto that and leaned back with my body weight to hold them shut.
Okay. And again, without repeating anything that you have heard, can you hear if Miss Ali is engaging with anyone in the front office?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe the demeanor or the tone of that back and forth?
It was very loud. It was almost to the point of yelling.
And how long did that go on? Do you recall?
I don't, but it felt like just a couple minutes.
Okay. When you saw Miss Ali, how did she appear to you?
Upset.
What do you mean by that?
Maybe more like frantic.
I'm going to ask you again. What do you mean by that? What does that look like?
She was yelling. She was yelling really loudly through the door as I was shutting it, waving her hands.
Did you ever hear her asking about the condition of her daughter?
No, she did not.
May I approach, Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 111. Ask you to look at 111 silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what are those?
Still shots from the camera in the main office.
Okay, are those appear to be a true and accurate representation of that scene as it appeared on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Do you recognize whether you are depicted in any of those photos?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to come retrieve those from you. Now you're done? Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mrs. Robinson, or excuse me, Mrs. Arnold, can you, I know there's a little bit of a glare with the lights. Can you see, first of all, what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 111 on page 1? What is this a photograph of?
This is looking at the attendance office desk from behind. I think above my office door.
Okay. And is that how Fatima appeared to you, consistent with what you've described? Do you see her when she comes in there, or do you see her later?
I believe I saw her right around that point.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit, or saying State's Exhibit 11, page 2, and who is depicted here at the front desk in the blonde. We'll hold. There you go. Who is the individual here with the blonde hair?
Denise Kinley.
Okay. State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize the individuals, or excuse me, 111, page 4. Do you recognize the individuals pictured in this photograph? Again, apologies for the glare, but.
Yes.
And where are you located in this photograph?
I believe I'm the one in the white shoes.
Okay. And page 5 of State's Exhibit 111, same question. What's happening in this photograph?
Denise Kinley and myself and Fatima are standing across from my office door.
Okay. And is this when you observed that other student, Isaiah? If you recall.
I don't recall if that's him or not.
Okay. Showing you still State's Exhibit 111, looking at page 7. What are we looking at here? Straighten her out.
This is Ms. Ali coming through, and I'm at the front glass doors. Well, so Miss West and Denise Kinley are on the phones.
Okay, and when you say you're at the front glass doors, are you talking about this individual in the white shoes in the very top center of the photograph?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, and is this the individual coming through, I would say, top left quadrant of the photograph that you've identified as Miss Ali?
Yes.
Okay, and at this point, have those two students, Fatima and Isaiah, been moved into that back room?
Yes.
Okay. Page 8. Do you recognize who is depicted in, page 8 of this exhibit?
Yes.
Who's that?
Ms. Ali on the left-hand side, Denise Kinley and Sosa West on the right-hand side, and myself facing the camera after I'd shut the door.
So question about the doors. When you close the doors, is it something where people could still exit if they needed to, but you just couldn't get in from the outside?
Correct.
Okay. and page 9 of State's Exhibit 111. I know it's a little blurry. What are we observing here in terms of the, again, top left-hand quadrant of this photograph?
I'm running towards those double doors.
At the back of that office?
Yes.
It appears that at that point, Mrs. Ali was in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
So did you have to go around her or something else? Something else?
I had to go around her.
So after you get those doors shut, can you hear if there's argument or yelling happening on the other side?
Yes.
How long does that go for? Do you recall?
It felt like a minute or two.
And again, without repeating anything that anyone told you, what happens next?
As I'm leaning back, holding the door shut, staff members are coming out of their offices to find out what happened.
At some point during this process, is the school placed on a lockdown?
Yes.
Can you see while you're holding those doors closed if either of those students are present anywhere behind you?
Yes, they are not.
Is there a nurse's room back there?
Yes, there is.
So if they had been taken to a nurse's room, would you have been able to personally observe that?
No.
At some point, do you let go of those doors?
Yes.
Okay, and whenabouts does that occur?
After the lockdown was put in effect.
At some point, did the yelling or that you could hear between Mrs. Kinley and Mrs. Ali stop?
Yes.
Do you recall how long that yelling lasted for?
Just a minute or two.
During the time, could you hear, while you were listening to Mrs. Ali, could you hear, was she speaking in English or something else?
English.
Did you ever reopen those double doors again to the main office?
Yes.
About how long later?
Probably just a couple of minutes later after the lockdown.
Okay, so then what happens next?
I opened the doors, and I could see the front office staff in the main office on the phones calling 911.
And at some point then
Sorry, I'm going to stop you for just a moment. I think right now would be a really good time for everyone just to stand up for a minute, move around in place if that would be helpful. And you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so you said, what do you do after those doors open back up to the main office? What happens next?
I'm kind of just the middle person between the front office staff and the administration area.
And what do you mean by the middle person?
Relaying what Denise Kinley and Sosa West are up when they're updating about the 911 calls to the administration area to whoever was back there.
Okay. And then once that process is complete, where do you go?
I go back to where my office is.
Okay. What are you doing at your office at that point?
Just kind of standing there in shock.
Okay. At some point, do you see law enforcement or medics arrive?
Yes.
And about how long after, if you know?
I don't know. 5 to 10 minutes, maybe.
5 to 10 minutes, not very long. Is that
No.
fair? Had you seen, prior to this event, had you seen Mrs. Ali before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and how close in time relation to this event had you previously seen Mrs. Ali?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And was that at the school?
Yes.
Was that in the course of picking up a student, dropping a student off, something else?
Something else.
Okay. And again, without details, what was that something else?
I believe she had a meeting with one of the administrators.
Okay. And when you say one of the administrators, who would that administrator be?
Celeste Waltermeyer.
Have you spoken with Mr. Ali before?
Yes, I have.
And when about was that?
About a week or two before the October 18th event.
Was that at school?
Yes.
And did that conversation happen in English, Arabic, or something else?
English.
How would you describe the effectiveness or the clarity of that communication between you and Mr. Ali?
It was good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have any issue communicating with him?
No, I did not.
And you said you are aware of a student by the name of
Fact. Yes.
after these events. Did you
Yes.
see him on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
When you saw Mr. Williams,
Upset, frantic, scared as well.
how did he sound? Did you hear him saying anything? What did his voice sound like?
Yes, he was yelling loud, and he was saying,
What did his voice sound like? Sorry. What did his voice sound like?
Okay. His voice sounded loud, maybe shaky a little bit.
How would you describe the pace?
Very quick.
And by the time, have you previously spoken with Fatima prior to these events?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what her voice sounds like?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what the pacing of her speech sounds like?
Yes.
You previously said she was screaming, but there wasn't sound. Can you explain to me what you mean, please?
Yes, you can tell, I could tell by her face, right? It appeared that she was trying to get out very loudly what had just happened, and it was coming out very gravelly and not as clear as it was previously.
And how would you describe the, for lack of a better word, the smoothness of her movements?
It was not smooth. She was kind of staggering. She was not walking like she had previously walked when I saw her before.
Okay. Based on how you observed Fatima, had you ever heard her sound or appear this way before?
No, I have not.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Good question, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for taking the time to be here. So turning to the point when you have returned to the office and Fatima runs by you, okay?
Mhm.
You described her mom that then followed in, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to hear what she had to say.
Yes.
And she was talking about my daughter, where's my daughter? I saw her run in here, correct?
Yes.
So she gave you verbal indication. The reason that she had run in was to look for her daughter, right?
Yes.
And did you tell her where her daughter went?
I did not.
Did you speak with her at all?
No, I did not.
So then you had, just after she had run in, you locked the doors to the commons, correct?
Yes.
And then you went around her
to the doors and close the doors behind.
Yes,
And you talked about the maybe not difficulty, but the time delay in the hydraulics on those doors, correct?
yes,
But you were successfully able to close those doors.
yes.
And she didn't push those doors open, correct?
She did not.
Okay. So the only time you saw her is the time from when you closed the doors to the commons to the time that you went in and successfully closed those doors, correct?
Yes,
And when you heard her say, my daughter, was that when you were still in the office walking by her or through the doors or both?
I'm not aware of what she was saying when she came in.
So you heard her say, my daughter, where's my daughter? You could hear that through the door?
Yes.
Okay. Just clarifying as to when you heard that sound. And you described her as frantic.
Yes,
Okay. So what she was trying to do was find her daughter, right?
Yes.
Or at least that's what she outwardly said.
yes,
Ms. Stone asked, did she ask about her medical condition? Correct?
she
And you
did
said
not.
no. Right?
She did not ask about her medical condition.
And there was no one there that would give any indication that they'd had the time to talk to her about her medical condition, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you saw Fatima run through that area, correct?
Yes,
And shortly thereafter, her mom comes looking for her, correct?
yes,
Nothing to indicate that there was anyone there who would have information about how she was doing. Fair?
yes, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Ms. Arnold, based on how Fatima appeared to you at the time, did it appear to you whether she was trying to escape from anyone?
Yes,
Your Honor.
Who made the objection?
I did, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
That wasn't the question.
Overruled.
You can answer. That means you can answer.
yes,
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kadeen Recross?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? All right. And may this witness be excused?
Yes, please. Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kadeen?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No.
You are excused. You may step down.
So I just wanted to raise that question.
I mean, I could ask them whether or not they have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse?
Well, at this point, I don't think we should limit it. I think we should just say.
Well, there's no information to suggest that they have been exposed to information from any other place. And we've been specifically talking about a potential exposure here at the courthouse. So I think it makes sense to actually talk about whether or not they've seen anything here at the courthouse. Outside this courtroom, because obviously there's media coverage within the courtroom.
Right, that was my only, I guess, clarification. I certainly don't want to confuse the question with the media that is present within the courtroom itself.
Okay. So I'm suggesting using what has been presented to me. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. All right, so I would like the bailiff to inform the jury that we are going to bring them in individually to ask them some questions so that they know that that is what's going to be happening. And then, of course, once I'm done with questioning, I will advise the juror who's in here not to discuss it. All right, thank you.
Stand for them individually or do this like we did with individual question forms, stay seated?
I think we'll stay seated.
Okay, thank you.
Number one. Juror number one, we are bringing in each juror to ask everyone the same question, okay? Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
All right. Thank you. I'll have the bailiff take you back to the jury room. Thank you.
Were you going to advise or not?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. I apologize. Please don't discuss with anyone else the question that I asked you.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Andy, sit right there, remember sentences.
Juror number two, we are bringing in each juror to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage?
Good afternoon, Ms. Arnold.
Hello.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Tracy Arnold, Arnold.
What about the older male? Was he already there?
Yes, he was. What's it called? Freshman year? Sophomore year.
Okay. Is this your first time testifying in front of a big crowd?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just speak up a little bit more. Okay.
Yeah.
And Elijah, I take it as summer break right now?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you doing during summer break?
I'm currently working and enjoying my summer.
Okay. Fair enough. And Elijah, in October of 2024, what time does school get out each day?
2 p.m.
Okay. And back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each morning?
My parents would drop me off.
Okay. Are there times where you would take the bus as well?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. And when you do take the bus, are you taking the school bus or the inner city transit bus?
The inner city transit bus.
Okay. How do you normally get home from each day from school?
From my parents or the inner city transit bus.
Okay. And with regards to the inner city transit bus, are there any IT bus stops around Timberline High School?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And how many?
There's one right in front of it.
Okay.
And then another one down the road.
Okay. And Elijah, I'm going to ask you some questions about an incident on October 18th of last year. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to school on October 18th of last year?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after school was done for the day at about 2 p.m., where did you go?
To the bus stop right outside of the school.
Okay. And is that the IT bus stop?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why did you go to the bus stop?
So I could get home.
Okay. When you got to the bus stop, was there anyone else there, or were you the only were you the only person there?
There were the other students there.
Okay. And did you recognize any of the students?
I know it's hard, and I don't know if you can scoot just a little bit
I'm sorry.
closer. It's okay. We just want to make sure that everyone can hear you, okay?
Yeah.
The microphone also, you can twist it up a little bit so if it's easier. Okay. You indicated that you, when you got to the bus stop, you recognized your friend. Who are some of your friends that were at? Jacob, were there other students that were at the bus stop? While you were at the bus stop, did something out of the ordinary happen?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you observe happening?
24 and 24-1-132534 State versus Ali. There is a question from the jury. Ms. Stone is present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present representing Mr. Ali, who is present. Mr. Leary is present representing Mrs. Ali, who is present. The question. Good morning, everyone. Legal authority wasn't defined for count 3, instruction 34. What is the definition of legal authority? Signed by the presiding juror. My proposed answer is please refer to and reread the jury instructions. Ms. Stone, any objection to that response?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kading?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary? I believe that this is the answer that Mr. Leary told the jury that they might receive if they had a question.
They will not be surprised.
No. So in just a moment, we will, of course, be recessed again, unless and until we receive another question and or are told that the jury has a verdict. I appreciate everyone coming back to the courthouse so quickly so that we could address this issue. I have very much appreciated the interpreters and the work that they have done throughout the course of this trial. With that said, you must also be within 15 minutes of the courthouse. The court is paying you to continue to interpret. And so I either need you to stay at the courthouse or you must return within 15 minutes, just as the lawyers did, so that we don't have these long delays if the jury has another question or ultimately when they have the verdict. So I just request that you ensure that you also are available as I require the lawyers to be available. We will be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you. All rise. Court's in recess.
I observed a girl getting attacked by an adult.
Okay. And the girl that you indicated that got attacked, do you know who she is?
Yes,
Okay. Back in October of that day, did you know who she was?
I had heard of her. Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with that girl?
No.
Okay. And do you know what her name was?
Fatima, I think.
Okay. And you indicated that Fatima was at the bus stop. Was there, you indicated she was getting attacked. The person that was attacking her, was it a male or a female?
It was a male.
Okay. And have you ever seen that male prior to October 18th?
I have not, no.
Okay. And with regards to that male, did he appear to be older than Fatima or younger?
Older.
Okay. And with regards to Fatima, you indicated that on October 18th of last year that you have heard of her. Had you ever seen her around prior to October 18th?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And when you got to the bus stop, was Fatima already there or did she arrive later?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And after you first got to the bus stop, what was Fatima and the older male doing?
Kind of arguing back and forth.
Okay. And could you understand what they were arguing about?
No, I could not.
Okay. Was it in English?
No.
Okay. And with regards to Fatima and the older male, you indicated they were arguing back and forth. If you didn't know what they were talking about, how did you know they were arguing?
The body language and then the tone of voice was very hostile and aggressive.
Okay, when you say it was hostile and aggressive, whose tone of voice was hostile and aggressive?
Kind of just both.
Okay, and when they were arguing, was there anybody else involved in that argument?
Her boyfriend had been involved.
Okay, and who is Fatima's boyfriend? Have you seen Isaiah prior to October 18th?
Yes, I have.
And where had you seen Isaiah?
In his neighborhood.
Okay, and do you know what school Isaiah goes to?
Timberline High
Okay,
School.
and are you friends with Isaiah?
Acquaintances.
Okay. I know you're very soft-spoken.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. If you could just remember to speak up. You indicated that when you arrived at the bus stop, Fatima and her and the older male they were arguing. What, if anything else, happened while they were arguing?
It had appeared that she was trying to move away to like end the argument or just kind of settle it then and there.
Okay, and what did you observe that made you think she was trying to move away from the argument?
Well, Isaiah had he had said that like while I was overhearing it, like telling him that they were trying to leave, explaining to the father, and then that was kind of like the telltale sign.
Okay, and then what else happened while they were arguing?
That's all I really can explain for arguing because that's all I saw.
Okay, so besides, you indicated that Fatima and the older male, they were arguing. Did the older male do anything else at the bus stop besides argue with Fatima and Isaiah?
He attacked Fatima.
Okay, you indicated he attacked Fatima. What did you observe?
I observed him push her boyfriend away and then go in for like a headlock and then watched her try and take her down to the ground.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions. You indicated the older male pushed Isaiah away. How did he push Isaiah?
It was a push and then a punch.
Okay, and which part of Isaiah's body did the older male punch?
It looked to be upper body.
Okay, and when the older male punched Isaiah, did you hear anything when he did that?
Yes.
What did you hear?
You could hear the thok from the punch connecting.
You can hear the what?
You can hear the thok from the punch connecting.
Okay, and then after the older male punched Isaiah, what happened to Isaiah?
I don't know.
Okay. When the older male punched Isaiah, how were they situated? Were they standing? Were they
They were
sitting?
standing.
Okay, they were standing. Okay, and after Isaiah got punched, was he still standing or did something happen to him?
I think he was standing.
Okay, and after the older male punched Isaiah, what did the older male do after that?
Turned around and put the girl in a headlock.
Okay, and when you indicated that he put the girl in a headlock, headlock can mean different things to different people. What do you mean by a headlock?
It was like a two-hand headlock, one around the neck and then the other like that.
Okay, so you indicated you had your left arm sort of around your neck and then with your right arm pointed upward.
Yes.
Okay, and then when the older male put Fatima in a headlock, when he first did that, how were they situated? Were they standing? Were they seated?
When like the arms were first wrapped around, they were standing.
Okay.
And then they had like tripped, and then that's how they ended up on the ground.
Okay. And then when the older male ended up on the ground, what happened to Fatima?
She was there struggling and flailing, trying to get out.
Okay. When the older male first fell to the ground, was you indicated prior to that he had put Fatima in the headlock. When he fell to the ground, what happened to his arms?
I don't know, but they stayed in the headlock.
Okay, so they stayed in the headlock, and did Fatima remain upright, or did she also fall to the ground?
She had also fallen.
Okay, and after they ended up on the ground, where were the older male's arms?
Still around her neck.
Okay, and then after they ended up on the ground, what happened?
Can you rephrase it?
Sure. So you indicated that the older male put Fatima in a headlock, and then you testify that they tripped and they ended up falling. What happened? What were they doing after they ended up on the ground?
When they were on the ground, she had been trying to escape, and then he had been trying to hold her.
Okay.
And then there were multiple other students that came and tried to help and assist in like separating them.
Okay. You indicated that Fatima was trying to, believe you testified that she was trying to get out of that situation. What did you see that made you believe she was trying to escape?
There was a lot of screaming, and then like she was flailing like all over the place.
Okay. And while Fatima was flailing, what was the older male doing?
Still in the same position with his arms around her neck.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were other students as well. Did the other students at some point get involved?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the other students do when they got involved?
They were trying to pull the father like off of her.
Okay. And so you indicated they were trying to pull him off of her. Did they do anything else?
No, not that I could see.
Okay. And then did you get involved with the other students?
No, I did not. I had only recorded it.
Okay. And you indicated that when Fatima was on the ground, she was flailing. Did you also make any other observations about her body or about her face?
She had looked very pale and like kind of lifeless after she had been on the ground for a while.
Okay, you said she looked pale and she looked lifeless. What do you mean by she looked lifeless?
Well, after like 15-20 seconds of her being there, she had gone completely limp, and then her face was like pure white.
Okay. And you indicated that, Elijah, you testified that the other kids at some point got involved. After the other kids got involved, were they successful in getting the older male to release his arms around Fatima's neck?
The teenagers were not.
Okay. Besides the teenagers, did other people come and assist?
Yes, there was a bus driver and then 2 other adults that had stopped to help.
Okay. The 2 other adults that stopped to help, were they male or female?
They were both males.
Okay. And then after the other adults arrived to help, were they at some point successful in getting the older male to remove him from Fatima?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point, do you know whether or not law enforcement showed up?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you recorded the incident. Why did you record the incident?
For this exact situation.
Okay. And Elijah, prior to your testimony today, did you have a chance to review video footage of what happened at the bus stop that was taken from the IT bus?
One more time, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. So prior to you getting on the witness stand today, did you have a chance to review a video taken from the IT bus of this incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state requests to publish Exhibit 34, which have been previously omitted.
You may.
Okay, so they probably about to not show us the video, right? But we've seen the video, which is okay. No problems there, and we can also replay it. But I guess my only question is, we got a whole lot of people up in here, like more than I ever had.
So before you play it, can you indicate what view that you are publishing to the jury, since there are multiple views in this exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state is publishing the road view that is starting at the timestamp. Starting at 12:15. For the record, I'm pausing it at 2:13:38. Elijah, are you able to see yourself in this video?
No, you're not.
Okay, and where were you standing when the incident was unfolding?
I've been standing on the concrete slab just at a frame to the right.
Okay. And do you recognize any of the kids or the students that are being depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the individual wearing sort of the grayish backpack that is in the center of the screen towards the right, who do you recognize that student?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and who is that? Starting the video I'm pausing it at 2:14:36. Elijah, do you see yourself in the video at this point?
No, I do not.
Okay, And you testified earlier you were sort of standing on the concrete slab area off to the right. Is that where you were still standing?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you also testified earlier that a bus driver had stopped to assist. Do you see the bus driver in the video?
Yes, I do.
And what is the bus driver, what does a bus driver have on?
The orange safety vest.
Playing again at 2:14:36.
Yeah, it's down there when they were.
Pausing at 2:15:49. Elijah, do you ever see yourself at any point in the video footage?
Not in this video, no.
Okay. And when the IT bus left, did you get on the bus or did you not get on the bus?
I got on the bus.
Elijah, you testified earlier that you also took a video of the incident yourself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you at some point provide a copy of the video to a police officer from the Lacey Police Department?
That is correct.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Elijah, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And do you know what is depicted on State's Exhibit 61?
I do.
And what is it?
It's the video evidence.
Okay. And is it the video that you took of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize any handwritings on the little white circle placard on Exhibit 61?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize about it?
It's my initial and then the handwriting.
Okay. And does it also have a date on it?
And the date as well, yes.
And was the date on there the date that you reviewed that exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay. And the video that's on that you viewed on that Exhibit 61, is it a accurate depiction of what you recorded from the incident?
That's correct.
And does it accurately reflect what you observed during the recording?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state at this time offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 61.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
61 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
starting from the beginning. And Elijah, at the beginning of this video, we sort of see an individual on the ground with their arms sort of moving back and forth. Who was that individual?
It appeared to be Caleb.
With regards to the individual that was laying on the
Oh.
ground with their hands moving, who was that?
That was Fatima.
Okay. And you indicated that you also, well, let me ask you this question. Was Caleb also in the video?
That's correct.
And was he still the one wearing the gray backpack?
Yes.
Under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Elijah, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 62 to 65. If you could just look at those to yourself and let me know when you're done looking through them.
I finished.
And do you recognize those four pieces of documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're screenshots from the video that I took.
Okay. And are exhibits 62 to 65 the screenshots? Do they accurately depict the what you had observed at the scene?
Yes, they do.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state offers permission to evidence exhibits 62 to 65.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No objection.
Any objection, Mr. Larry?
There.
62 through 65 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And Elijah, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 60. State's Exhibit.
So guys, I'm gonna pause the testimony right there real quick. Let's see here. I am going to screen share just for people that are just coming, right? And remember, viewer discretion. So they began to try to help get the dad. I guess y'all don't want to hear me talking.
Hey, they come in. Dad disapproves of that.
You fast forward that far. Sorry, guys. I had this all prepared. Now, but I want to talk through it too. Her choking her and strangling her. The people that you see blurred out are other students, because remember, this happened outside of a high school. They were all standing at the bus stop. So they began to try to help get the dad off of the daughter. So just for context, so y'all can kind of see what we're talking about.
You see that man stepping up? Someone.
So that's that part. Let me see.
And the folks there who were saving her, other folks. Let's watch.
Did you see it? Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
So those are the parts that they will not show you. And the rest of it that we have here is just kind of the mom and the daughter kind of hysterically. So so you can understand what he testified to, although they won't show us the photos. And we'll revisit that as they kind of go through different people's testimony. What did he just say? The boy that was in the picture, they were asking him if he had seen it. Look, listen, I mean.
That's the suspect or victim?
That's the guy that was taking the Hey, God bless you.
Well, hold up.
So that's the dad kind of like laying on the ground, right? And a guy jumped out of somebody that was passing by, actually jumped out of his car and kind of held him down until the police got there. Now this person that's walking up right here, that's the sister, the daughter.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back now. You guys step back. Was there any other person?
And my mom, she said after this.
Stay back. Stay back.
I need to call.
Stay back. Stay back. Please. Lay up your arms for that.
Hey, stand back.
I got the mail. Sick.
Dad, that's your house, no, listen.
He's the king by the bus stop. He's going to be the primary aggressor.
You're trying to her.
What do you need?
I know.
It's the runaway.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Well, runaway somewhere. That's sister.
In the office.
Maybe just witnesses, whoever saw whatever. I think that guy in the backpack saw some stuff.
All right, cool.
So,
So you good here?
yep.
Somebody in the office.
You can cross-reference my runaway call to the suspect.
So they're in
Let me get my gloves on. I'm gonna get him up to my car. Make sure he's got nothing on him.
So I just want to stop right here and just thank everybody I'm glad that everybody found us over here. Welcome to the chat. Today is Magical Monday. I want to thank you all for subscribing and your support. And I just wanted to make sure I stopped and thank everybody. I'm like, if I'm typing thank you to everybody individually, I'm not going to be able to keep up. So thank you guys. I truly, truly appreciate it. And I'm glad everybody found us. Wait a minute, Rachel. I am over here dying laughing. Like I would pick that for the freeze fry, right? To do my thank you. Oh gosh, I'm glad it was. I'm glad it wasn't showing anything more. Yeah, leave it up to me, right? Sorry, guys. Oh gosh, only me over here. We covering everything. Okay, let me fast forward everything. So we have to look at that. Oh God.
Hey, get up. Okay, we're gonna walk to my car over here, okay? Hang on tight. Walk forward. Okay, walk forward. So just right, so you're detained right now, okay? You understand that? Walk forward. Okay. Walk forward. Sure do. I need to pat you down for weapons. Okay, you got any weapons on you? No.
Now we know that part is just a whole bunch of screaming, right? I don't know what they're talking about. So let's go back to our testimony that we have on the minor in the stand. Let's see what else he's talking about, because I do want to kind of hear what his position and things were, but just to give some context to everybody that's kind of, refreshing us, right? And at different points in times, if you're doing that, then I'll absolutely put that on so we can kind of, I guess, I don't want to keep reliving it over and over, but
C5, we see
On the ground.
okay. Exhibit 64. And again, we see sort of two individuals that is on the ground, that is sort of in the center, but the upper center of this image. Can you tell the jury who those two people are that are on the ground?
That is still Fatima and the other adult that attacked.
Okay. And we also see somebody in the image that is also in the center, but towards the upper portion of this image with a braid backpack. Who is that?
That was Caleb.
Okay. Exhibit 63. We see again sort of two people on the ground that is towards, again, the upper center portion of the image. Can you tell the jury who are those two people that are still on the ground?
That is still Fatima and then the adult that attacked.
Okay. Exhibit 62. We sort of see in this image, there is a person that's on the ground. You sort of see their face in between the two legs. That is in the upper center portion of this image. Whose face is that?
Fatima.
Okay. And you testified earlier, Elijah, that when you observed what was happening on the ground, you indicated that Fatima, at one point, her face turned sort of white before she went, as you testified, lifeless. Is that sort of what's being depicted here?
Yes, this looks to be either of like when it happened or right before it.
Okay. You testified that there were other adult males that showed up at the scene at some point to assist. Do you know whether any adult females showed up?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And when you were video recording what was happening, were you mostly looking around to see what was going on? Were you sort of just concentrating on what was happening on the ground?
I was mostly focusing on what was happening on the ground.
Okay. And then once the bus driver and then the other two adult males showed up to assist, did you stop recording at that point?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And then by that point, and after the bus driver walked away from the scene, did you end up going on the bus?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination. Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. What kind of work are you doing this summer?
I'm currently working at Chipotle.
How do you like it?
It's pretty good.
Hard work?
It's my first job, so yeah.
Hard work?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. Just really briefly, so when you got back onto the bus, did it feel like the situation had kind of resolved itself?
Yes, but it still felt like there was a lot still going on.
Okay. In terms of the man, was he being detained?
When I had gotten on the bus, he still appeared to be on the ground or nearby.
Okay. And one of the adults was holding him down?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And Fatima had been released?
I couldn't 100% see on the bus, so I'm kind of basing it off the video, but from what I can see, yes.
Okay. And so just better safe just as far as what you remember. So you don't necessarily have an independent recollection.
I do, but not to like the exact down to the pinpoint details.
Okay. I appreciate you coming in this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Ms. Zoe, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No.
You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Danicola.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is John Denicola. Last name is spelled D as in David, E-N-I-C-O-L-A.
And Mr. Danicola, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
How so?
I work with Inner City Transit. I was formerly a coach operator. I'm now a transit ambassador.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I was formerly a coach operator, bus driver.
What's a coach operator?
That's a bus driver.
Oh, okay.
Operate the buses.
Okay.
And now I'm a transit ambassador.
You said a transit ambassador?
Yes, it's a new program.
And did you have a normal route that you drove when you were the coach operator?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
That would have been the Route 68.
And what about in October of 2024? Were you driving that same route at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where does Route 68 go?
Route 68 departs from Lacey Transit Center, Golf Club and 6th, and it goes down Carpenter Road and then down Mullen Road to Ruddle Road and heads over to the mall, Capitol Mall.
Okay, so based on that Route 68, are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes, it is.
And were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working in October of 2024?
The shift I was working, well, I actually worked from about 8:40 in the morning till 5:30 in the afternoon.
And were you working that normal shift on October 18th, 2024, then just after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
Did anything of significance occur in that area that you observed on that date and time during your shift?
Yes, it did.
And whereabouts was this event occurring?
At the transit bus stop right outside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And what is the activity like at that bus stop? You said it's a transit stop, so it's not a school bus stop. So who are your clientele, so to speak?
Right. It's just a regular bus stop on the side of the road. And when I come through there, usually I'm supposed to get there right about 2 o'clock-ish, 2:05. And whenever I pull up, I always pick up high school students and an occasional adult or two.
Okay. So is it busier than say during the week versus on the weekend?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So as you're pulling up to that stop, Mr. Denicola, what do you initially see? What do you initially observe?
As I was approaching the stop, I noticed there was a commotion going on right at the bus stop itself. It looked like a fight going on.
Okay. And did you see who was involved in that fight, whether they were adults or children or something else?
Initially, I thought it was just teenagers being rowdy, but as I got closer to the stop, I noticed it was actually a grown man fighting with some teenage students.
Okay. And when you say a grown man, what does that mean to you? Like approximate age-wise?
I'd say approximately probably 40s, early 40s, late 30s.
Okay. And when you say fighting with students, what specifically did you see, or what does that mean to you?
They were throwing punches at each other.
Okay. And did you see him do anything other than throw a punch at someone?
Yes, while he was while they were fighting, while the punches were being thrown, he did lay a punch onto the male student who fell back. And at that time, the adult actually grabbed this female student.
When you say grabbed her, what do you mean by that?
He grabbed her right, like for the front, spun around, and then put a chokehold on her.
And what happened next?
They fell to the ground, and he held her. A couple of other students came running over, and they were hitting him, trying to get him to stop.
And where are you when this is occurring?
I was in my driver's seat. I had just fully stopped at the bus stop.
Okay. Well, did you do anything or have any immediate response while you're still in the bus?
Yes, I did. As soon as I noticed the fight going on, I noticed he was an adult. I started honking the horn in hopes of getting his attention and possibly getting him to stop.
Was that successful?
It was not successful.
So what happened next?
So I secured my bus by putting in neutral, engaging the emergency brake, and I went out there and confronted the man while he was on the ground holding the female student. And I told him, let her go. And I believe I said it probably 2 or 3 times, let her go.
And how did you say that?
I yelled it. I said, let her go, let her go.
And did he?
He did not.
So what happened next?
When he wouldn't let her go, I bent over, I reached, and I released his grasp. He was not letting go. I had to forcefully remove his grasp from her. When she was free, somebody grabbed her.
I'm going to have you pause. That's okay. I'm going to have you pause for a second. And when you say you were releasing his grasp, what do you mean by that? What does that mean to you?
Well, as he was holding her, he was clutching his arm and he was choking her. I noticed her eyes rolling into the back of her head. So what I did is I grabbed his hand and I pulled it off. Was able to spread his arms apart, and that's when she got free.
Okay. Why were you telling the man to let her go?
Because obviously she was in distress. Her eyes were rolling to the back of the head. You can tell she was not able to breathe. The look on his face and the way he was squeezing, he was choking her.
And was there anyone else there besides you, the young woman, and the man that you've described?
There were several students around. Once I released his grip from her, another gentleman did come running across, and I believe he kneeled on the adult's chest, But I really, the whole time I was mainly focused on him and the female student.
Okay. Do you remember if there were any other adult women in the area?
I did notice one that caught my eye, and that was mainly because she had a phone out and she was recording. And the male student that he originally had punched away slapped the phone out of her hand and said, "You don't even know what's going on here."
Okay.
Sustained.
Mr. Denicola,
I've sustained the objection. The jury will disregard the very last portion of the witness's answer related to what someone said.
Mr. Denicola, if I specifically ask you to relay a statement, then do so. But if I don't, do not. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Denicola, when you saw, or you and the crowd, so to speak, were able to get the young female released from the adult male, where was that young male, if you recall, the initial male that got punched?
He was standing at her feet from when she was laying down.
Okay. And where did the young female go, if you saw, after she was removed or released from the older male that had been choking her?
She was moved over about, say, about 5 feet away from where the adult male was laying.
And was she standing up on the ground? Do you remember?
Yeah, she was still on the ground, and somebody was holding her.
Okay. And when you talked about the adult female with the phone, and were there any other adult females present?
The person holding her on the ground appeared to be an adult female.
Okay. Can you describe how either the woman holding her on the ground appeared or the woman with the phone appeared?
I cannot describe the woman on the ground, because I really didn't focus on her. But the one standing up that was holding the phone, she was wearing, I don't know how to describe it. It's when they wear the black, like the Muslims wear. I'm not sure what it's called though.
Okay, so like a headscarf or a head covering of some sort?
Exactly, and covering, I believe it was covering her face as well.
Okay. And when the adult male, the other adult male came over, and I know we're using adult male and adult female a lot. Do you know any of these individuals?
I do not personally.
The male that came over and assisted by holding down the man who was choking the younger female, did you see where he came from?
He came out of this a pickup truck that pulled into the turning lane, that turn lane that goes into the high school parking lot.
What did you do once that male came and I think you used the phrase was kneeling on the 40-year-old or man in his 40s on the ground? Where did you go, or what did you do next?
I stood up, and the other students that were around the area kept yelling, "Call the police, call the police." So I pulled out my phone, but a student that was standing pretty close to me, I can hear the 911 operator saying the police are on their way. So I just looked, and the female, I thought she was fine. And the male was being detained. So I went back to my bus so I can get the bus out of the way for the first responders to get in.
And when you say you thought the young female was fine, did you ask her any questions? Did you look at her or have any time, I would say, significant time or attention paid to her?
Yes, when I looked over towards her, she was looking at the younger male student. She was looking right at him, whispering something, because it was whispering, it was kind of raspy, so I couldn't make out what she was saying to the young male. And then somebody was holding her, I believe, holding her around her waist. So I wasn't 100% sure what she was saying, but.
Did you pay significant attention to it?
I did.
And about how long did you look at that before getting up to leave?
Probably about 15 to 20 seconds, approximately.
And what about the male that had been on the ground during all of this? Was he saying or doing anything while he was choking the female?
No, he did not say a word.
And this may sound like an obvious question, but how could you tell what he was doing was actually choking the female?
It's the position of his arm, the way it was around her neck, and you can see the tension in his hands, and also the reaction from the young female. She wasn't able to say anything. You can tell she could not breathe, and just by the fact that her eyes started to go into the back of her head was telling me that she was being choked.
And what was that male's demeanor? Meaning, was he awake and conscious? Was he talking? How did he appear to you in terms of his physical demeanor?
I don't recall him saying anything, but his eyes were wide open, and he was focused at this task at hand. He was focused on what he was doing and nothing else.
What about the strikes that you've described from the teens that were standing around? Were those effective in any way?
Not really. Actually, the punches that the young adult was swinging did not have very much of an effect on the adult male.
Do you want to make a perch?
You may.
Mr. Denicola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1 through 4. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Mr. Denicola, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, I do.
What are those, sir?
These are aerial photos of the area around Timberline High School.
And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibits 1 through 4.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No objection.
Mr. Larry?
They are.
Exhibits 1 through 4 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
I'll take those back from you, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Denicola, can you just orient us, please, to, we'll give that a moment to.
Can you indicate what exhibit you're publishing, please?
Yes, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 1. Give it a second to autofocus. There it goes. And actually, there it goes. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to give you a pointer. That button is the cursor up top. You have to hold it for a second before it connects. See?
Okay, thank you.
Some button to start. Mr. Denicola, we're looking at State's Exhibit 1. Can you please describe to the jury the area that we're looking at?
Yes. Okay. So right over here, this is the Timberline High School.
And so just for the record, Mr. Denicola, remember that everything we're doing is written in a record. So I would ask you to describe on the photograph itself where you're pointing. So you identified a building about upper center of that photograph. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Upper center. And then about on the bottom center of the photograph is our transit stop, and you can see it by the little bus symbol there.
Okay.
And that's Mullen Road.
And that's Mullen Road there?
Yes.
Is Mullen Road one-way, two-way? What kind of road is Mullen Road?
Mullen Road is a two-way street, 2 lanes, one lane in each direction.
Are there turn lanes associated with Mullen Road?
There, let me get this over here. There's a turn lane right by the bus stop here at the lower center.
Okay.
And it's a left turn lane to get into the parking lot.
Thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit 2, and what are we looking at here, sir?
This is a closer zoomed in photo of aerial view of the Timberline High School area with the bus stop now at the lower left-hand corner of the screen.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 3. What are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
It's a wider photo of the same area at Timberline High School with the bus stop now right in the center of the screen, showing that both lanes of Mullen Road and a parking lot that is right across the street was showing on the bottom left corner of the screen.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 4.
And this is a much closer shot of the bus stop itself in front of the Timberline High School, which is shown kind of left center of the bottom screen here with Mullen Road on the side as well.
And Mr. Denicola, when you stopped your bus, where did you stop and park that bus at compared to this photograph?
The bus will pull up, and right over here we have a stop. The bus stop sign, we call that a lollipop because there's no bench or no shelter. So the front bumper of the bus would usually stop right about here,
okay,
which is on the bottom left-hand screen, just left of the little bus symbol.
And the incident that you have described to the jury, where on this photograph did you observe those events taking place?
When I first approached, the commotion was happening right next to our what I call the lollipop, the bus stop itself, the bus stop sign, which is right here at the lower left part of the screen is where it all started, where I came in and saw it. I mean,
did it stay in that location or did it move?
it did not. As the fight progressed, it actually moved back further west on Mullen, just about 10 to 15 feet away from my bus stop sign.
Do you recall where about you made contact with that group once you exited your bus?
Yes, it's right about there, about 10 to 15 feet away from the bus stop sign itself.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Denicola, do you recall what I know you've described the teenagers at the scene as throwing strikes, throwing punches while the man was choking the young female. Do you recall what their demeanors were at the time?
The teenagers?
Yes.
They were excitable. They were screaming. So they appeared to be scared.
When you described the young female as being in the arms of the older female, did you see exactly where her arms were on her?
Not exactly, because again, I really didn't focus that much on her.
I know you indicated that you had moved your bus for law enforcement to be able to come in. Did you see law enforcement or hear law enforcement arrive?
Yes, I did. Just before I departed the stop, I could hear sirens faintly in the distance. And as I drove away and I approached, got closer to Ruddle Road. So between the high school itself and the cemetery is where I saw a Lacey police car coming down eastbound on Mullen Road.
Okay, and how long would you say total you were on scene of this incident or at the bus stop before getting back into the bus and restarting your route?
It felt like a few minutes. I really wouldn't be able to say exactly how long.
Okay. And what did you do upon getting back in your bus? What happened next?
When I got on the bus, I told these kids that were right outside the bus, okay, come on, let's go. The police are on their way. And I made sure all the kids, they got on the bus, and I shut my doors and I drove off.
Okay. At any point, did you make a report into law enforcement or your agency?
Yes, I did. As I drove away, and I was trying to make sense in my mind as what's going on, I did request a call back from my dispatch so I can report what had happened.
Okay. And did you make a report to your dispatch about what happened?
Yes, I did. I made a report over our radio, two-way radio, and on what I had witnessed and what I had done.
Did you finish your route that day then?
I did not finish my route.
Why not?
Another supervisor, we call them the road supervisors. They're out on the road driving around, called me on the bus. He asked me to wait for him once I arrived Tumwater Square. When I got to Tumwater Square and I waited for him, when he arrived, he asked me how was I doing. I told him I was okay. He asked if I could finish my route. I said I should be able to. He said, no, your voice is shaking, your adrenaline's pumping. I don't think you should finish this route. So they brought a relief out there for me, and he drove me back to the shop, and I had to write a report as to what happened, and then they let me go home.
Okay. How long have you been driving buses for IT?
13 years.
Are you aware whether those buses have any video surveillance or cameras associated with them?
Yes, they do.
And where are those cameras located, if you know?
We have about 6 cameras inside the bus recording all the activities going on, and then I believe we have about 4 of them on the outside of the bus.
And when you say on the outside, where are the ones on the outside pointed or directed?
We have 2 up front that are, one's pointed out in front, seeing the road and everything in front of the bus. The other one that's up front is pointed at the driver itself. And then we have 2 one on each side that sees everything going on the sides of the buses.
And how does that camera record? Meaning, is that something that is manually operated by you? Is it something that just runs whether the vehicle is on or off, or something else?
The cameras are continuously running while the bus is running. When we first start them up in the morning, it takes about 3 minutes before the hard drive warms up, and then the cameras come live, and they will stay on for the entire shift, as long as the bus is continuously running.
What about when you turn the bus off?
When the bus turns off, the cameras stay on for about another 2 hours after the bus is turned off.
And where is that bus footage recorded or maintained?
The recordings on the bus, actually, there's a hard drive on the bus where it's recorded onto the hard drive itself, and that's where they stay.
So if you want to access that footage, do you have to access it from the bus directly, or is there another means for gathering it?
They can pull the hard drive off of the bus, but if the bus is still in service, they can remotely upload the footage.
And when you say they, who is they?
That would be our, we have supervisors that are responsible for pulling videos for any sort of an event, and they have the technology up at the office, and they can just tap right into the bus and it just uploads the videos.
What is the purpose of having cameras on the bus?
They're mainly for safety reasons.
Safety for who?
For passengers and for the driver.
If that footage is pulled or it's accessed, how does one get a copy of that footage?
In order to get a copy of any kind of footage on any of our buses, you have to submit what's called a public records request.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just go online to innercitytransit.com and you can fill out the request there.
And so if that footage is pulled, do you know how long it's stored or maintained for?
If footage is pulled because of an event or if it's been requested, they keep them for, I believe it's 3 years. They will keep them.
Do you have any ability to edit or modify that camera footage in any way?
No, I do not.
Would you know how to do that if that was an option to you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Have you ever had to review camera footage from your bus before?
Yes, I have.
About how often?
I'd probably review footage about 3 to 4 times a year.
And in those instances, did that footage appear to be true and accurate reflection of those events as you recalled them occurring?
Yes.
Is there anything about your prior interactions with the bus's video system that would make you doubt the accuracy of that footage or that it had been manipulated in any way?
No.
On October 18th, 2024, was the bus you were driving equipped with the camera system you've described previously?
Yes, it was.
And was that camera system recording and operating in the same fashion that you previously described?
Yes, it was.
And are you aware whether your bus's video surveillance system captured any footage of the incident in this case about which you've been testifying?
Yes, it did.
And have you had an opportunity to review that footage prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And based on your review of that footage, did it appear to you to be a true and accurate reflection of the events or a portion of the events as they appeared to you as they occurred on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
You may.
Mr. Denicola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Ask you to review that silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
There's a thumb drive that has the video showing all shots from the camera footage from that day of the event.
And how do you know that's what that is?
Because after I viewed it, I initialed and dated the tag on the thumb drive.
And when and where did you have an opportunity to review that thumb drive specifically prior to today to confirm the contents of it?
I reviewed it this past Saturday on July 12th back in the prosecutor's office.
And based on your review of State's Exhibit 34, did that appear to you to be a true and accurate copy of footage of your bus's video cameras capturing those events from October 18th of 2024?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 34.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
34 shall be admitted. You may publish.
You want this back?
Okay, Mr. Denicola, I'm going to start first with all of the views. I'm going to ask you to orient the jury to what they're looking at on State's Exhibit 34. Can you explain kind of what the video setup looks like here, please, sir?
Yes.
So just orient the jury if you don't mind. What are we
Okay.
looking at in terms of that setup?
On the setup is all the camera angles that are on our buses. On the upper left-hand corner is the camera that's right above the driver's seat. Right next to that is the front portion of the passenger seating area. Next to that one is the rear area. Then we have the rear exit door. The one behind that one, that is a side of that's the curb side of the bus camera. The bottom left corner is showing the rear of the bus, the seating area. The one next to that is our street side camera. Next to that one is again another angle of the rear seating area of a bus. Then second to last, we have the angle showing the driver's side window. And the last one is the front camera, front view.
Okay, so if we're working our way through these camera systems, at the very top of the screen, is there a navigation pane?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and if I click down on that navigation pane, what does that do?
That'll show all the different camera angles that you can choose.
So if you wanted to see, for example, just one camera angle, is it fair to say you would click off all of the other views?
That is correct.
Okay, and then if you wanted to watch only two camera angles, you would just have those two playing and click off any other views that you didn't want to see.
That is correct.
And at the very bottom, what are we looking at the navigation pane on the bottom underneath each of those camera views?
Those are the timestamps.
Okay, what about above the timestamp first?
Above the timestamp.
So if you
Are you
have
talking
the
about-
arrows going in multiple directions, what are
Right.
those?
Those are the play button, reverse button, and pause buttons.
Okay, and underneath of that, you have the ability to watch something in normal speed, a slower speed, or a faster speed.
Yes, you do. Right underneath the buttons, there's another drop-down arrow where you have the option of choosing the speed that you want it to play at.
Okay, so if you clicked on that, you could see those, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the front audio button here, what is that?
That's telling you which speaker that you're listening to at that time. And there, at this time, it's clicked onto the front audio.
Okay, and you talked about the date timestamp at the bottom. Is that this white block here?
Yes, it is.
And what about this green block and the green bar running across the bottom? What are we looking at there?
That's the timeline. It follows the video as it's playing, so it lets you know exactly what time you're watching the video at.
Okay. So if we click on the road view specifically, what view is that?
That one is the front of the bus facing outward in the direction that the bus is traveling.
So if I double click on that, it gets big, correct?
That is correct.
Do these all, as I unclick those buttons to watch the front view, or the road view, excuse me, are all of those cameras running simultaneously? Meaning, are they all the contemporaneous views, so they're synced with each other?
Yes, they are. They all run at the same time.
Okay, so Mr. Denicola, I'm gonna play State's Exhibit 34, the road view, and is that identified in this upper left-hand corner here of the video?
Yes, it is.
Is that the same for each of those videos?
That it is.
And then I have some questions to ask you after this is done, okay?
Yes.
And playing it in normal speed, is that correct?
Yes.
So guys, while they're showing the video, of course, they don't blur out the content for the minors in the courtroom. We have seen the video in full. If you haven't checked it out, it is on the channel. I'm just
away from Mr. Danicola, what view now is, I'm going to ask to reshow 34, please. What view are we looking at now?
That's the curbside camera on the bus.
And so that the side that pulls up to the stop itself.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, whoever is playing something needs to step outside the courtroom immediately, please.
Mr. Danicola, this starts at what time is on the daytime stamp? Starting from the beginning of the video, but what time is that?
It's 2:12 and 52 seconds.
And is that the same with all of the videos for the time start?
Yes, it is.
And I started playing that at
So we back at the court restriction, right? So just to answer your question, Cinnamon and Lisa, it's to my understanding that it's something that they would do have some kind of control. Yeah.
anyone in any of those views that we've watched so far?
Yeah.
Who do you recognize?
See my reflective vest, high visibility vest that we have to wear, so you can see that I have this. And I'm the only one on the bus that was wearing one. So that's how I can tell that was me.
Guys, that kind of explains the person that we seen in the video that we had that was blurred out by Court TV. That's when he got out of the bus. So if y'all remember that guy that was in the reflector, that was him. And we can go back and watch the video, maybe on one of their breaks or something, kind of look at it, but that was him. Okay.
Who else do you recognize, if anyone?
And just so y'all know,
I also recognized the gentleman that was holding him down.
so when y'all hear it's mute now, it's because there were minors involved. So he's kind of like saying the names and they're kind of cutting it out. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna watch a couple more and then I've got some more questions for you. Okay?
Actually, Ms. Stone, I think it's about time for us to take our morning recess. Members of the jury, in just a moment, the bailiffs are going to come forward and lead you back to the jury room. Our morning recess will be approximately 15 minutes. Thank you.
So you get you in the car. In the car.
Just a second. Give me my.
All right, I'll head over to the church.
1 second if she needs to talk to him.
Your husband assaults a
You did not assault no one. This is my daughter. No, he didn't. I have proof. I was recording everything. He kicked me in the face. He pushed my mom and my dad. He grabbed it with another person to the ground. He didn't do. Yes, everything. A lot of students were on video. I'm recording right now. I'll show you later. I want to talk to my dad right now.
Okay, well, that's not happening the way you're acting. You need to calm down. That's gonna happen. Right? Not gonna happen. Take a deep breath. Get 5 minutes, and maybe we'll let talk to you. But I can't have you screaming out in the school parking lot. That's unacceptable.
You know this, people.
Hey, so is there, because I was with you this morning, right? Is there anything I could help answer at the moment?
When you left, because you said you would look for them. We went out also to look for them out in the street.
So why didn't you call us?
Wait, what do you mean not about? We just found them. Just us.
I get that, but the moment you
I was at Safeway. We're trying
Understood.
to find on the street. We was
so,
like two separate.
so instead of getting out and running out, call us, right? So
I
that's,
was.
So,
I
so
was
it did.
talking.
Okay.
I was calling.
Okay. So is there anything I can help you out with in the
I
moment?
want to
Okay.
talk to my sister.
Well, you can't. We can't have you do that right now. Okay.
Which one is it? This one or is it that one? Which one is it? Is it this one or is it
Okay.
that one? Which one is it? You trying to help me right here? And, like,
Okay.
well, this is not fair. Like, which one is it? Is it this one or is it that?
What are you asking?
Like, do I talk to my dad or can I talk to my sister? It has to be one of them.
well,
Because
we
like,
just
you're not
gave-
letting me anything.
Okay. We just gave you our word that you can talk to your dad, but you need to calm down for a second.
Oh.
Okay.
My husband wants you to.
Here. Can you remain calm? You want to talk to your husband real quick? One at a time? One at a time. Here. Come on, sorry.
Where is she going?
She's going to talk to dad. Hang on.
One at a time. You guys don't get to both talk to them at the same
You
time.
said
The
you have
victim's sister,
video.
seemingly in defense of her dad, shows video of what happened right before officers arrived, kind of placing the blame on the bystander who restrained her dad until police got there.
Well, we've seen their recording, okay? But what your statement is, it's contradicting what they're saying. So for me to do a thorough investigation, I need to see that.
Okay.
So can I see that?
Okay.
Can you go?
He was choking. This dude.
But that's the point. He's already detained. Do you have anything that goes back?
Because I arrived in that scene.
I know, but you said you had. Well, I just.
That's him right there.
Okay.
He punched me right there. See, he's trying to get. He punched me because he threw my phone. I was holding it like this, and he threw it right there. And that's why it got cut off right here. See, I was recording because I could see, and he was right there. I was trying. He threw my phone. That's why I cut, and then that's when he's trying to get to me. See how she's holding him? Yeah.
No, but you said that.
I told you I just got onto the scene. Did you not get a recording from everyone else? I don't know.
We did. And that, like I said, yours contradicts what they're saying. So I want to hear your side, right? We've gotten their statements, their recordings. Okay.
See, this person, I don't know why she's being like why she's in the seat and why is he
Yeah.
He's choking. This is not a crime either. They're choking. That's like murder. They're choking him down. When I just showed the first video of like the guy.
I don't know if y'all caught that part. Did y'all hear her say, isn't this a crime? Isn't this a crime either? Like, they're like choking him. Isn't this a crime? This is what the sister said. And she trying to present this to the officer. Let me rewind it.
They're detaining him.
Wait a minute, listen to this.
Their statements, their recordings. Okay.
See, this person, I don't know why she's being like why she's in the seat and why is he
Yeah.
He's choking. This is not a crime either. They're choking. That's like murder. They're choking him down. When I just showed the first video of like the guy.
They're detaining him. Okay. He had a right to be detained. Okay.
What do I do now? What do I do?
What do you mean by that?
What do I do now? What do you want me to do? What did I do? It's my sister and my mom and my dad. What do I do? So who's gonna have it?
So your mom,
my siblings.
your mom's not involved, and you're not, other than being here and seeing it, right? So you, and
My
you're
siblings, my siblings, my little brother, my dad.
okay. So you guys will be fine.
No.
Okay.
It's not fine. How is this fine? How is this fine? How did you say that? How can you say that? How can you say that? How did you?
I know there's a lot going on.
How did?
The best thing we can do right now is let us do our investigation, and then we can give you more information about what's going to happen with your sister and what's going to happen with your dad, okay? So what we need from you is to just kind of try and relax as much as possible, give us a good statement. In a little while, you'll be able to talk to your dad. So right now, you're going to have to play the waiting game, right?
I don't think they have anything this. No, we've had other stuff we haven't seen. I mean, did you want to talk to Dad? Are you going to be okay? Like we said, we gave you our word, so.
Oh, my sister just calling me.
Okay, well, we're gonna.
My sister.
He's gonna go to somewhere else.
Oh, he's gonna be gone.
Well, we're still doing an investigation. He's not gonna be far. Did you want to speak to him?
Speak of what?
Okay.
The girl's mother and sister stayed on campus until police told them they gotta leave.
You're a little bit more settled down than Mom, okay? So I need you to take her home. Understood? You need to go home. So she can't be here technically. There's a trespass, right? It's not through city yet, but so Timberline wants a trespass, right? So remember that? There's a restraint, anti-harassment, right?
Yeah, but the whole family's here.
Understand. Technically, I'm going to give you some grace, right? But you need to take her home. Okay? If you guys don't go home, we're going to arrest her too. Okay? But we're not going to do that right now. There's too much going on.
What about my sister?
She's going to the hospital to get checked up on.
Hospital?
Yes.
Which one?
St. Pete's, but we're not. We can't have you go there yet. You need to go home.
Call me. I
Okay.
need my phone number.
Yeah. But you need to get your mom home. Okay?
1 minute.
What's your phone number? So is that something?
I need, if she's going to the hospital, I need
Okay. But I need.
Mom, she was just.
Okay, you need to get mom home.
I mean, you could even tell the way he's talking to the officer, like he's offended that they even getting in his business. When he was in the car, he was offended. Like that's how he came off to me. Like he wasn't scared. He wasn't anything like that. They were offended that these officers and other people were getting involved in what they were trying to accomplish and do.
And my mom, she's like, after this.
Stay back.
Get her.
Stay back.
I need to call.
Stay back.
And right here, that's the daughter right here. Right here, this is the daughter. She coming to see about her daddy.
Stay back, please.
Hey.
They should give my guy over here a badge. He was doing a citizen's arrest.
Stand back.
I got the mail. Sick.
Dad, you don't have no business.
He's detained by the bus stop. He's going to be the primary aggressor.
You're trying to get her.
What do you need? I know.
I know. It's the runaway?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Well, runaway somewhere. That's sister.
In the office.
Maybe just witnesses, whoever saw whatever. I think that guy in the backpack saw some stuff.
All right, cool. So you good here?
Yep. Right,
There's somebody in the office.
If you can cross-reference my runaway call, the suspect
So he's they're in there.
I'm gonna get my gloves on. I'm gonna get him up to my car. Make sure he's got nothing on him. I don't have nothing, man. Count me down. That's mom. Hands up. Hey, get up. Okay, we're gonna walk to my car over here, okay? Hang on tight. Lost public. Okay. Lost mother. So just right. So you're detained right now. Okay. You understand that? Lost public. Okay. Lost public. Right there. I need to pat you down for weapons. Okay. You got any weapons on you? No.
Now I want to let y'all know, just all that screaming and yelling that y'all hearing. Yeah, therapist, she's recording, right? It's so funny because all the yelling and screaming that y'all hear, that's the mama and the sister in the background. Right? That's them in the background doing all this yelling.
Copy first up. Hey, thank you, man. Dad disapproves of them being together. So he's been hunting them down all day. Apparently, was already told not to come to this school, not to be here, and he still showed up here, saw them out front, and started to fight with both of them.
The dad and the
dad, yeah, he's primary aggressor. Okay.
So now I see some runaways, but it looks like it's going to be his dad.
All right, thank you. Let me get a State Farm. Oh yeah, perfect.
I want to speak with my daughter.
You're not speaking to anyone at the moment.
I want to speak with my daughter.
You will not speak to your daughter.
Why? Is this my daughter over here? I want to let her to go take her mom back to home.
Okay, well, we're investigating a criminal investigation right now.
Just let me tell her to take her mom, not like that. Just like I tell her to go home, she will go home.
I read out a statement forms. Do you have any? Yeah. I can have them fill out. That's mom and sister. Mom, sister, and dad have been tracking runaway.
Okay, okay, so I had it right. Who are these people? Witnesses?
They came and saw suspect dad beaten.
Yeah.
Trying to get involved. And so this guy tackled dad and had him detained for me when I got here.
Oh, nice.
Moment I got here. So.
Where's the dad at?
Dad's in the back of my car.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. He is detained. Not under arrest yet, but the more sounds of it, he's going to be the primary aggressor. Okay, so again, you're not under arrest at the moment, but I'm going to read you your rights, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right at this time to talk to your lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before questioning if you wish. Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
I want to speak with my wife.
Do you understand these rights I've explained to you?
Zahraa!
It's a yes or a no, okay?
Zahraa, تعال هنا!
So everything's audio, video recorded, okay?
Okay.
So do you understand these rights I've explained to you?
حنين! زهراء! أخذ السيارة منها ووديتها يبوقوها!
I need a yes or a no, okay? Or I'm going to assume you
أخذ
don't want to.
السيارة منها يبوقوها! السيارة يبوقوها!
The officer should have been like, speak English, man. Speak English. You're like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, he total disregard for the officer, right? Like, I don't care nothing about what you're talking about. What I want to do is I want to talk to my wife right now. Like, that's what he want to do.
When you served the order on Mrs. Ali, was someone else from the household also present?
Yes,
And do you know what the relationship was between Mrs. Ali and that individual?
I do.
And what was their relationship?
It was Mrs. Ali's daughter.
Okay. Was it Fatima Ali?
No.
Okay.
So I have some court documents here that I need to give to you. You know what this is about for any reason? You're not in trouble. So it sounds like somebody filed a petition for an anti-harassment against it. You know anything about that? So you can take a look at it, right? So it's some temporary protection order. I don't know if you know these folks at all. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm assuming maybe you're, I don't know if you know these folks. So it's saying like don't make contact in any way, don't call them, talk to them.
That's what it's about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you do, then you're subject.
We know that she died. We're waiting to hear if a jury has found him guilty or not. I know first-degree murder is the top charge. Are there any lesser included charges that he faces?
There are. And when the judge gave the jury the instructions, he really emphasized this. So what would be the lesser? So if they do not find him guilty on that top charge of first-degree murder, they then can go to second-degree murder. Then after that, they can take a look at manslaughter as well as criminally negligent homicide. Now, I want to kind of review that manslaughter charge a bit, because one of the theories that defense counsel put forth is that he ordered the poison because his wife, Angela, wanted him to do so. So talking about an assisted suicide. So if the jury is on the fence and thinking, well, defense counsel read from her journal in which she said that she was depressed, that she was in a way not happy with herself because he didn't love her enough, that she wasn't enough because he was a serial cheater. So could some jurors be thinking, okay, maybe this was suicide, and then maybe he assisted her with that suicide because of the evidence that was put forth that he had ordered the poison. So it's going to be interesting to see what the jurors come back with. They are saying that we have some movement inside that courtroom in Colorado. We're taking a look at some live pictures of that right now, Judge Ashley.
Yes, and I just want to find out, how long do we know exactly how long this jury has been deliberating? They may know in my ear. I don't think it's been that long that this jury's been out.
It might be around 7-8 hours right now.
And it's first-degree murder and all those lessers. So honestly, in the grand scheme of things, that's not really that long for a jury to be deliberating, Kelly.
Yes, well, that could indicate that they're coming back then on that top charge of first-degree murder. So the prosecution really laid out this theory that he tried to kill her over a period of 10 days, poisoning her protein shakes. He would hand her the protein shakes, one of which he said, I put some extra protein in there because you've been a little sluggish lately. So they really laid out this case against Mr. Craig. So it's possible with the amount of time that they have been out, they will come back as guilty on that top charge.
And there's another live pic. We continue to show you that courtroom so that, of course, as soon as there's a verdict, I'm going to interrupt everybody. We're going to go back in. But in the meantime, let's bring back in attorneys Philip Dubé, and Marie Pereira. Marie, let me ask you, please, your thoughts, knowing how long they've been deliberating, the evidence in this case. I really feel like the prosecution did prove its case. We'll see what the jury decided.
I agree with you 100%. And the defense theory, you know, he was helping her to murder her own self, so it was an assisted suicide. Then why would she be going back and forth to the doctor trying to figure out what's wrong with me if it was her intent to kill herself? Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Philip, weigh in your thoughts and knowing how long they've been deliberating and what that might mean as we wait for the jury to come back.
To quote the late Vin Scully, he's going to be like a high fly ball into right field and gone. He's done. I am telling you now, you know what's going to sink him are those darn Google searches. They are simply not trained in forensics. You know, the way that pathologists are and other types of doctors in the medical profession. You know, what did he type in there? He said, is arsenic detectable in an autopsy? you know, that kind of stuff. How to make a murder look like a heart attack. This is what he's typing. And then they have video of him at her deathbed in the hospital dosing her with more. It kind of reminds me of that old book, that old play and movie, Arsenic and Old Lace. Remember Abby and Martha? They were spiking elderberry wine with arsenic, killing old men who were lonely hearts, thinking that they were putting them out of their misery. But in truth, they were a couple of homicidal old maids, you know? And that's what we have here. You have a guy who is literally slowly killing his wife with poison, thinking he can pull off the perfect crime, only to be with his next mistress. And that's the truth. And I do predict that this is going to be a swift first-degree murder verdict.
And these Google searches, we see it again and again and again, Kelly. People think they can look all these things up and it's never admissible, never going to come out. But Philip makes a really good point. There was no Google search that said something like, oh, my wife's in pain, how do I help her commit suicide? There was nothing to that effect to support the defense argument.
And Judge Ashley, in closing arguments, what did the prosecutor say? He said he did all these Google searches, but what didn't he search? How to save a life. So that's what he was saying in the closing. Also, picking up on what Philip was talking about, don't forget about the text messages, because she had sent him a text message that said, I feel drugged. And he responded to her, just for the record, I did not drug you. So
Who says that?
Exactly. Who says that?
Who says that? All right, look, this is a live look. You can see the defendant is just, this is not a live look. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I thought it was. What is happening in court? That's the live look, the wonderful ceiling of the courthouse. But obviously our cameras are trained there so that we don't inadvertently capture any jurors. We do not want to violate any court orders or take away from the sacrosanct of our criminal justice system. Kelly, as we continue to watch this, what else has stood out to you about the jury, the evidence, and what we might expect when they do come back?
Well, one of the things the defense counsel argued, I really think defense counsel gave the jurors some things to think about. One, saying that she knew about the affairs. This was not news to her, so that cannot be a motive. That the prosecutor wanted to say, well, this is a motive. He was enamored with another woman. That can't be, according to the defense counsel, because he knew about these affairs. And just also talking about defense counsel.
I just paused it, guys. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, please. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. There's no audio feed coming from anything else. The only thing that you should be hearing and seeing is me. Okay, Lynn, I got a check mark in there. I got over here. I'm good over here. I'm good over here. Chair dance time. Like break. I got all this stuff going on. Break. Everybody pause. Take a minute. We still in jury deliberations with the Ali trial, and we got the basketball trial, and we over here with sentencing. So I'm telling everybody, just stop, break, right? Everybody stop, take a break, get a glass of water. It's chair dance time, right? I was like, right, OnlyFans, I'm getting it. I'm trying to get it in so you get your nap. Yesterday, I didn't get to do a chair dance. They had me working so hard over here. Shout out to all the mods that's keeping us safe, right? Keeping us safe, keeping all our feelings in check. It's a hard job, right? So let's just be nice. Where's just be nice? I see just be nice. That's right. Let's just be nice. That's right, Carmen. I got all 3 rules. I got all of y'all. Let's just breathe in and breathe out. Right? We got the chair. Like, where them dollars at? Where them dollars at? Where them dollars at? Right? It's I gotta do it all up in my head. Thank you, film. Look, I gotta. Right? I gotta get it all the way together and keep y'all all together. Did we forget it's Friendship Day? Right? No, it's like it is Friendship Day. We all friends, right? Friends and right? Yeah, let's take a break, right? I tell you, ain't nothing going on nowhere that we can't play again, right? Worst case scenario, we rewind and play it. But yeah, just to update, the Ali trial, they are still in jury deliberation, so no harm, no foul there, right? Y'all know the guy Delago, the shooting of the 5 times, they are on a short break right now. He was found guilty earlier. The Dennis trial, just for y'all that were, even though they didn't stream that live stream, that Ali trial has started back up. I know it has stopped at 10 hours, but it has started back up there at 10 hours and 16 minutes and 33 seconds for anybody that cares or is following that trial. And as soon as the verdict comes in, we'll be fine. We'll go right in there. Let me make sure this one stopped. Wait a minute, guys. Is that better? Can y'all hear me? I think when I'm playing this when the sound is coming through the courtroom feed, it overpowers my voice and y'all can't hear me. So my bad. I'm learning. So I have to mute it in order to talk to y'all. Right? Hey, Happy One. I like that handle. Between Happy One and Just Be Nice, we gonna all be cool. Yeah, so they are still deliberating, and I guess I don't know how they gonna do this doctor one. You know, I guess they gonna just tell us because it wasn't streamed live. So there we have that in regards to that. And this other trial is on a short break. So I will take everybody back into their respectable trials that they are currently watching. Let's be mindful, and everybody is entitled to their opinion, long as we are respectful. Y'all know YouTube is like sticklers in regards to the M, the K, the L, the Y, the Z. I need a body bag. Oh, that was like, do me, baby. The K. Oh, yeah. See? Right? So y'all know they be all on top of it, right? That ain't my rule because I don't feel like we should be able to use the dictionary. Right? That's right, no man. Like, yeah, like we can agree to disagree, and long as we respectful in regards to it, we are good, right? Because I don't agree with everybody's opinion, and everybody not gonna agree with my opinion, but I can respect everybody, right? That's all. You know, and bow gracefully. Okay, guys. Well, I am taking everybody back into their respective trials that they are currently watching. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to, we're going to have to pause when I want to talk to everybody. Like, that's the one thing about streaming all the different trials, even though I can be in the chat, just so y'all know, I love y'all all dearly. And y'all all mixed up in different rooms. I can't, when I try to talk, I have to pause everything right now until I can figure out how to talk in one room and the other room not hear me and blah, blah, blah. But that's for another day. We gonna wing it while we doing it and we'll figure it out. But right now, hey, go team, go. Right? All right, guys.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree. As to verdict form count 7, manslaughter, cause or aid suicide, we, the jury, find the defendant, James Craig, not guilty of manslaughter, cause or aid suicide. Let me then turn to the foreperson and ask, is this the verdict of the jury? Do all of you agree with this verdict?
Yes.
At this point in time, you can be seated. Let me ask then if either party wishes to have the jury pulled from the people.
No, Your Honor.
From the defense? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to, just for, so that you are aware, the court is going to be asking if this is in fact your verdict. I'm going to use first names with your last initial, just so that you are clear, so that you understand what you're looking for when it's your turn then to respond to the court's question. Agree, Nathaniel?
So we can get back into court to hear the verdict.
And at this time, then I'll ask Dr. Craig and his team to please stand for the reading of the verdict. As to verdict form, count 1, murder in the first degree, we, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of murder in the first degree. Verdict form, count 2, solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence, Annabelle Craig. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence. Verdict form, count 3, solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence, Casey Bohannon. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig,
guilty of solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence. Verdict form, count 4, solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree. Jury unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt find the defendant James Craig guilty of solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree. Verdict form, count 5, solicitation to commit murder in the first degree, Nathaniel Harris. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt find the defendant James Craig guilty of solicitation to commit murder in the first degree. Verdict form, count 6, solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree as to Kassiani Constantinidis. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt find the defendant James Craig guilty of solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree. As to verdict form, count 7, manslaughter, cause or aid suicide, we, the jury, find the defendant James Craig not guilty of manslaughter, cause or aid suicide. Let me then turn to the foreperson and ask, is this the verdict of the jury? Do all of you agree with this verdict?
Yes.
At this point in time, you can be seated. Let me ask then if either party wishes to have the jury pulled from the people.
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to, just for, so that you are aware, the court is going to
Five days before Angela's death. And then even before that, he had arsenic delivered to his home.
It's crazy.
So, Marie, I mean, really, the evidence here was, I mean, it's pretty clear. I mean, jury found him guilty. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a lot of
I think it was the right verdict.
I think it was the right verdict.
Kelly, you sound speechless, like I am. Like, we just don't understand, as women, that poor woman had 6 children. So to me, she's not going to commit suicide because her husband cannot control himself when it comes to other women. I am an uncertified cheatingologist expert. and I'll do some TMI. I've been married to men who cheat. You're not gonna typically say, I'm gonna take cyanide and kill myself. And by the way, help me kill myself because you can't control yourself with other women. It's not happening. So the whole thing didn't make any sense. And like I said, she was going to the doctor seeking help about her symptoms. Why would she do that if she was the one killing herself slowly with arsenic? Make it make sense, people. He's thinking not with his brain, but with his other anatomical part. That's what happened here.
But I think it highlights that attorneys have to work with what they have. And his defense, I think, did a good job working with what they had. The jury saw through it. I do want to mention there was a not guilty of manslaughter. Now, I'm not surprised. Go ahead.
So from my understanding, and I was surprised when they read it the way that they did because, and Marie, you can weigh in here. So basically it was the top charge, first-degree murder. The judge in the instructions told the jury that if you find him guilty of that top charge, then you don't need to go to manslaughter. So I've never practiced in Colorado. I don't know why they then had to come back on that not guilty for manslaughter because from my understanding, top charge, guilty, first-degree murder, you don't even go then to manslaughter, but maybe I missed something.
It is kind of wild the way they read it, and I thought the same thing. It was definitely a not guilty, but did they have to read that or not? Marie, weigh in on that part, please.
They had to read it because the manslaughter was connected with the assisted suicide. So them rejecting the manslaughter means it never had to be because this was not an assisted suicide. They rejected that completely. I think for them to accept the manslaughter and the assisted suicide would be to even give it breath of air. So it was like not guilty because it was connected with the assisted suicide.
Yeah.
That's why
Okay.
nobody believes that story.
Okay. And it's interesting that he's ready to go straight forward with sentencing. The judge was going to go speak to the jury. She said about 10 minutes, I'll come back in. You all decide if you want to present any other evidence, any statements by people, and then they're going to proceed with the sentencing. Let's do this. We need to take a break. I want to thank you, Kelly Craft, for joining us, jumping right in. You knew all the details of the case. Coming up, we are going to switch gears back to Texas for the penalty phase of Billy Delgado, who was also found guilty today for assault after shooting his ex-wife. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
To like arrest, right?
So this person goes with my sister, her daughter,
Okay.
to school.
Or something. Something
Yeah.
happened.
Something happened, yeah.
So something happened with the school to now where the parents want to get involved in their
Do you come from school, is it?
You can look at it. So if you look at the petition, what they wrote in the back.
You from school?
Me?
Yes.
No, from Lacey Police.
Okay, and then what you tell me for this? She not going to school anymore.
Okay, which is fine. If she's not going to school anymore, then yeah, just whatever you do, don't talk to these people. You know?
No, not talking.
Yeah.
So this position still have to go to court for now?
Yeah, it looks like there's a hearing, right? It's 24th.
24th.
If she wants to contest it, right? If she says I don't care, because this is a temporary, so it's just good up into the court date. So it's like 2 weeks usually.
Is it required or is there an option for us not to?
I would call these numbers. If you don't go, the protection order will be, usually it'll be granted. So it'll say for a year or whatever. So this is a temporary. If she doesn't go, she doesn't contest it, they'll say, okay, it's permanent. So now you cannot ever get in contact with these people, can't talk to them, can't email them anyway. Does that make sense? I mean, they'll know better if you call those numbers.
Okay, so these people, their family,
Yeah.
they tell you, for.
They go to the courts, yeah, and the courts give it to us to give you. Right, so right now it's nothing criminal, but if you violate it by contacting them or making any contact, then it is criminal, right? So you could go to jail if you come in contact.
Or my dog.
It's, the petition is between them and your mom.
Oh, and her?
Yeah. It's your chance to go to the court and tell them this is what happened, you know.
Okay, and they said if you don't go, then they will like, they will say that you cannot have it.
Yeah, if you don't go, you choose not to go, saying you're not gonna contest it, then it'll, instead of a temporary, like, it'll be a permanent thing, so you can never contact those people.
Okay. Oh, them is not coming here.
Yeah, they shouldn't, but it's not,
If you come in here, what they do?
you can call us, yeah, if they come here to start an argument, something, you don't want them, if this is your property, your house, so yeah, you can call us. Tell them to get off first, right? Tell them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then yeah, call us and, because this is, again, this is your house, you have a right to be here and to be at peace in your own place, so,
How many times they come here?
yeah. So, okay.
So it's not a jail thing.
No, not at this time, but again, yeah, if you violate it, then it does become a jail thing, right? So,
I have I have class later. I was trying to explain to her. Okay, but I think I got it.
yeah, never read it through all the way, right?
So that's just me pausing it. I don't know if y'all noticed that this, when they served her with this protection order, did y'all notice that this was on October the 10th? So this was on October the 10th. And remember, the incident that we have in question was on October the 18th. So this is fresh. Clearly, they all understand. So when we see in the sister's reaction, where they're on school grounds, Benny, they, right? You know, like this is like 8 days later. Interesting. We shall continue.
No further questions at this time.
Evidence, Ms. Zoe, call your next.
Past school year, what grade were you in?
Sophomore,
Okay. And Athena, what time does school get out each day?
2:00 p.m.
Okay. And back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each day?
The inner city transit buses,
Okay. How do you normally get home after school?
the inner city transit buses as well.
And the IT bus stops, are there any bus stops around Timberline High School?
There are two. There's one directly in front and then across the street at the elementary school.
Okay. And Athena, do you know someone by the name of Isaiah Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know Isaiah?
Just friend of a friend. He was kind of an acquaintance.
Okay. And are you friends with Isaiah yourself?
I would say so.
Okay. And what about Fatima Ali? Do you know someone by that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where do you know Fatima from?
We were kind of same, like acquaintance, friend of a friend, but I know her from Timberline High School. We went to school together.
You had school together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you friends with Fatima?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And want to bring your attention to October 18th of last year, and I'm going to ask you some questions about that day. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And Athena, where did you go after school was done for the day at around 2 p.m.?
I walked through the parking lot to the bus stop.
Okay. And you mentioned that you walked through the parking lot to the bus stop. What parking lot are you talking about?
The Timberline High School, like, parking lot that's right in front of the bus stop.
Okay. And is this parking lot, is it for students parking?
Yeah.
It's for students
Yes,
parking?
it's a student parking.
Okay. And what about parents? If they want to park there, can they park their vehicles there as well?
There's a separate area, like a separate pull-in for that on the other side. It's by the other side of the building.
Okay.
So.
And when you got to the bus stop, and the bus stop that you're referring to, is it the one that's by the elementary school, or is it the one that's in front of
It's the one that's in front of Timberline High School.
Just one moment, if you can wait until she gets the question out completely. Only one person can talk at a time. Thanks.
And Athena, when you got to the bus stop, was there anyone else already there?
Yes.
And who do you remember being there already?
Caleb, Noah.
And what about Fatima? Do you remember if she was already there?
They had came after I had got there.
Okay. And when
Her
you say
and
they,
Isaiah.
who are you referring to?
Her and Isaiah.
Okay. And when you so you indicated you got to the bus stop, and then how long after when you got to the bus stop did Fatima and Isaiah get there?
I would say it was only like 1 or 2 minutes. It wasn't too long.
Okay. And when you first saw Fatima, do you remember what she was wearing?
She was in very baggy clothing. She had a beanie on and like a COVID-19 face mask, like one of the blue ones. Like she was trying to hide almost, and she had bags. She was holding 2 big bags of clothing and had a backpack on.
Okay. And you indicated that it appears she was trying to hide. You said that she was wearing a COVID mask. Were there a lot of students that were wearing masks that day?
She was the only person that I had seen in the entire day wearing one.
Okay. And after Fatima and Isaiah arrived, you testified that there were students at the bus stop. Did any adults show up to the bus stop at any point?
I know there was a male that had got out of his car while the incident was going on, and then the bus driver had got out.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't think there was any other adults out there.
Okay. So you talked about when the incident was going on. I'm gonna.
Oh
ask
yeah,
you
beforehand. Yeah.
Before the incident, after Fatima and Isaiah got to the bus stop, did any adults show up?
Oh, her father had showed up. I want to say like 2 to 5 minutes after they had showed up.
Okay. And you indicated Fatima's father showed up prior to on October 18th. Did you know the man that showed up was her father?
Yeah, I'd seen them, like him dropping her off at school or like things like that, just them walking together. So I kind of just assumed that was her dad.
Okay. And after the man showed up, are you okay? I'm okay. Okay. And after Fatima's father showed up, what did he do after he showed up?
They got into, well, it wasn't really a verbal argument, but it wasn't in English, so he was ushering her with his hand to like come towards the car that he had got out of or wherever they were at, and she was just like shaking her head, wasn't really talking, being very quiet, standing behind Isaiah for protection. Isaiah was just kind of trying to protect her as much as possible, and they were both being quite silent and very like soft-spoken, very shy.
Okay. And while that was, so when Fatima's dad was talking to her, at that point, did Isaiah do anything?
Isaiah was just getting in between both of them, trying to like make sure that nothing physical was going on or going to happen.
Okay.
So.
And when Isaiah did that, what, if anything, did Fatima's father do in response?
He would back up occasionally at first, and then he kind of got more upset and was just like pushing it almost, like not backing up anymore or trying to like give her space anymore. It was just kind of like very blunt.
Okay. And then at some point, did Fatima's father do anything to Isaiah?
The bus had pulled up, and she turned away from her father for a second, and her father went to grab her, and Isaiah had grabbed onto his arm to try and pull his arm off or like stop him from touching her in some way. And when he did that, he punched Isaiah. Fatima's father had punched Isaiah, and he fell onto the floor.
Okay. And then after Fatima's father punched Isaiah, you indicated he fell onto the floor. Who's he?
Oh, sorry, Isaiah had fell onto the floor.
And after Fatima's father punched Isaiah, what did Fatima's father do after that?
Turned to Fatima because she had turned around at this point to see what was going on, and kind of like latched onto her neck and just tackled her to the floor.
Okay.
In the dirt area instead of the cement area where everyone was at first. So they completely moved into the dirt.
Okay. And you indicated that he sort of grabbed Fatima. How did you see how he grabbed her?
By her neck, like
Okay.
both hands.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Both hands around her neck.
Okay. And when they, you indicated Fatima and her father at some point ended up on the dirt ground. When they ended up on the ground, where were her father's hands or arms?
Either on her neck or holding her down onto the floor.
Okay.
But once we were looking at her face, she was not able to breathe. So.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question. You indicated that when they first ended up on the ground, how far away from them were you? Do you remember?
Maybe like 5 to 10 feet. We were all just talking, and it was like so sudden, and then everyone had swarmed and kind of tried to help whatever was going on.
Okay. And then you indicated that you saw that she couldn't breathe. What did you see that made you think she couldn't breathe?
She was grabbing at her dad's hands, like at her neck, and then she was like, her eyes were rolling back and she was getting a little pale. Like it looked like she was not even barely going to be conscious for any longer. Like it was very scary.
Okay. And then you indicated that she was grabbing, sort of grabbing at her dad's hands around her neck. Where were her dad's hands or arms at that point?
Just on her throat. His hands were both on her neck.
Okay. And then you indicated that at some point the other students got involved. Do you remember who got involved?
Caleb, Zayla.
And when the other students got involved, what were they doing?
They were kicking at his head or body and pulling on his jacket to try and flip him over or pull him off of her.
Okay. And when the students were doing that, were they successful in getting Fatima's father away from her
I don't believe so.
Okay. And at some point, you testified earlier when I asked you if adults showed up, you mentioned a bus driver, and then you also indicated a man from a truck. Between the bus driver and the man from the truck, do you remember who showed up first?
I don't.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't.
Okay, that's okay. And when the bus driver was there, do you remember what the bus driver was doing?
I don't remember the bus driver really being involved in the physical aspect of it. I think he was just kind of like yelling, telling everybody to stop and just disperse and kind of move away. But
Okay, let me ask you a different question then. You don't remember the bus driver doing much. What about the man from the truck? Do you remember what he did?
so the man from the truck had got out, and I'm not sure if we had gotten him off of Fatima by the time he got over there and just detained him on the floor, or if he had pulled him off and then detained him on the floor. But the man did detain Fatima's father onto the floor until the police had got there.
Okay. And then you indicated that at some point the police got there. Did you talk to any of the police officers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then, so Athena, you talked about Fatima's father showing up, and then the bus driver showing up, and then the male from a truck showing up. Do you remember if any adult female showed up at some point?
Fatima's mother showed up.
Okay. And had you ever seen Fatima's mother prior to that day?
I don't believe I have.
Okay. And how did you know it was her mother then?
They were just all speaking the same language, and she was yelling about how her husband was on the floor. So I just had assumed that that was Fatima's mom, because that only made sense to me.
Okay. And when Fatima's mom showed up, when you first saw her at the scene, do you remember what you were doing yourself?
I think I was just talking to my friends, waiting for the bus.
Okay. And then at some point when Fatima's mother showed up, what did she do?
She came from, because we were trying to pick her up off of the floor to get her up. She came from behind and tried to grab her, and ended up putting her arms underneath Fatima's neck and like tried to pull her up. And we kept shouting about how she couldn't breathe, and like she had just been able to regain like everything, and it was, yeah.
Okay. So you indicated that when Fatima's mother grabbed Fatima from under, had her arms wrapped around underneath Fatima's neck, you were sort of making motions with your arm. What were you trying to demonstrate?
When I was picking her up by her armpits, because she could not like stand up on her own at all. She had no like willpower, energy in her body. And so I had picked her up from both of her arms like this and tried to drag her upwards and try and get her to at least sit up or away from everyone.
Okay. And you were demonstrating with your arms, sort of just moving both of your arms in the upward motion.
Yeah, just trying to pull her like this way while her arms were on my arms.
And when you were doing that, what was Fatima's mother doing?
She had came up behind both of us and tried to grab her in some sort of way, and she was crying and yelling and just hysterical almost. It was
okay. And then at some point when you indicated she was grabbing her in some way, did you see how her mom was grabbing her?
She was grabbing at her by like her shoulders, kind of everywhere, just trying to get like a grip on her so that she could get her out of my arms.
Okay.
But it was just like overly aggressive. It wasn't helping the situation at all.
Okay. And you indicated that at one point while Fatima's mother was grabbing her, you indicated that you and other students were sort of shouting like she can't breathe.
Yeah.
What did you see her mom do that caused you to start shouting she can't breathe?
Well, she was just like flailing her around, and like she had put her arms where her neck was, and that was really like scary for all of us because she had just been able to like breathe. So I was like, I don't know how good she's doing. Please like leave her throat alone at least, like let her grab her by something else. But she wasn't like holding her like that for too long. She had like let go and tried to grab onto her by her shoulders or by any means of her body.
Okay. And then at some point, did you see, at some point were you or other people or Fatima on her own able to sort of remove Fatima from sort of that scene?
So Fatima and Isaiah, because Isaiah had got up off the floor by now, and Fatima and Isaiah got up. I don't know how she got the energy to get up, but she had got up. Isaiah walked her to the front of the school through the parking lot, and her mom and her sister were right behind them.
Okay. And Athena, have you seen a video of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Got her permission to publish Exhibit 34.
You may. When it's playing, will you indicate which version?
Yes, Your Honor, and I am publishing the road version of the bus video.
Starting at what time?
2:12:52. Permission to publish?
You may.
I'm stopping at 2:13:31. Athena, I'm showing you with this red dot on the TV screen, someone that is on the middle right-hand portion of this image that's wearing sort of the green color pants. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
Okay. And what was happening at this point?
Fatima's dad had grabbed onto her after he punched Isaiah, and they fell onto the floor, and the kids started trying to get him off of Fatima.
And where were you going at this point?
I was going to maybe help or assess the situation if they needed help. I didn't know really what was going on in the first place. Nobody really did. So just going over there to try and figure out what was going on and help her as much as possible.
Okay. And I'm starting the video again at 2:13:31. I'm stopping the video at 2:14:12. And Athena, what was happening at this point?
The bus driver had gotten off the bus to come see what was going on and try to help the situation, and then the guy got out of his truck to detain the father.
Okay, and what were you doing at this point?
I was trying to pull the father off and trying to get Fatima from underneath him.
Starting the video again. I'm stopping at 2:14:35, and Athena, we see, I'm using the red dot, the person wearing the green pants in the right-hand lower right quadrant of this screen. The person wearing the green pants, is that still you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing by this point?
The man had got the father detained, so we all just took a step back, just trying to give them some space to be able to get everything dealt with and get him detained. And
Okay, and you testified earlier that at some point you had sort of tried to pull Fatima up and stuff.
Mhm.
Had you already done that by this point?
Yeah, I was when they were everything was already going on and they were kicking at him. That's when we had tried to pull her up, and then I think she had just been limp on the floor for a while, and we had tried to grab her up later in the video.
Okay. Stopping the video at 2:14:35. No further questions at this time. Thank you, Athena.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Athena, I just want to clarify a couple of things. You were talking about when Fatima's father came to the scene, right? And you said they were having a conversation. And you reported that nothing got physical until the bus arrived. Is
Yes,
that right?
sir.
Okay. And how far away from everyone were you at that point, from Isaiah and Fatima? And the body?
The bus stop isn't too big, so I'd say like maximum 20 feet.
Okay. And were you watching what was going on?
Yeah, well, I was like not fully tuned into it, but I would look over because it was
Okay.
obnoxious. It was
And then, so when the bus came, you saw her father reach and grab her shoulder?
yes.
Okay. And at that point, is that when Isaiah got
Yes, sir.
involved? And what
Yes,
did
sir.
Isaiah do?
He had tried to grab. No, you're not gonna grab her, basically.
Okay. And then, so at that point, the video started, the bus was coming.
Yes, sir.
That's right then, right?
Mhm.
So the punch then that you're talking about from the father was that punch that we
Yes,
saw?
sir.
Okay. All right. And then, just to clarify too, the man, and we're jumping ahead now in time.
Mhm.
When the man came out of the truck and came across the street, when he got to the group of people, how long was it from that point until father let go of Fatima?
It was a few seconds. It wasn't.
Pretty quickly?
Yeah, he
Okay.
wasn't trying any longer after that.
Okay. So there was no further struggle from the father?
Right.
Okay. Now, at that point, did you notice, had Fatima's mother shown up yet?
Not at that point. I don't think so.
Okay, so she wasn't actually there then when the whole incident itself was going on?
No, she just came to the aftermath of what was going on and saw everyone detained and on the floor. And
All right. And did you see another woman that was
Yes.
there? Okay, and do you know her?
I've seen Fatima running or like walking around with her at school, so I was just assuming it was her sister.
Okay, all right. So you assume that the other one was the sister, and you saw her. Did you see her filming? Or not? I don't know. We don't use film anymore. Did you see her with a phone?
Recording.
Yes.
I can't say I remember that. No.
Okay. We heard on the video, and I don't want to play it all over again, but we
I
heard
heard-
someone saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Was that her sister yelling at that point?
I don't want to say yes and not be
Okay.
100% about that, but
Okay, but it could have been.
yes,
Okay.
that would have been the only person yelling.
And then her sister, she came with the mother, or did she
Yes,
get there
sir.
later?
She came with the mother.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so, but we've established at that point when they both arrived, Fatima had already been let go.
Right. She was just kind of limp on the floor, and then the father was detained at
Okay,
that point.
so Fatima then was moved after that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. How's your summer going?
How it's going?
Are you working?
It's long. It's hot.
Are you working?
Oh no, I can't do all that. I'm lazy.
So you like summer better?
I do.
Or
Yeah.
summer or school?
Oh no, summer for sure.
Okay. All right. I was going to worry there for a second. So I'm going to play the video and just have a couple follow-up questions, and it should be relatively quick. Okay. So. No.
And Mr. Leary, are you requesting permission to publish 34?
I'm on my way. Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. You may. And which view will you be publishing?
The road, the front one.
Thank
that,
you.
We were just wanting. Okay, so we just watched up to 2:14:35. So I'm gonna go back or start from there. If I can get this one. Okay, so I have it paused at 2:14:35. And so we can see the individual in the safety vest, that's the bus driver, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we can see a woman standing by the truck. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you are there in the green pants, correct?
Correct.
And dark hoodie with your hood up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And an individual in a brown kind of sweatsuit with white shoes. Do you know who that is?
That's Jake.
And so you kind of have your hands on your hips,
Mhm.
and at this point, the situation has kind of been contained. Is that fair?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. All right. So now I'm going to hit play, and we're just going to talk a little bit more. Okay. So
Can you indicate the time you paused it, please?
yes, Your Honor. Sorry about that. 2:14:41. Now, behind the bus driver, from our perspective, we can see a woman with a tan backpack. Do you know who that is?
That's a
She appeared to be holding Isaiah Williams.
yes, sir.
And do you remember that?
I don't honestly.
But you were able to see that.
Yes, I can see that now.
Okay. Okay, so pausing at 2:14:51, we see the bus driver kind of leave the scene, correct?
Mhm.
And you are walking around, and we can kind of see the passerby detaining
Yes.
The dad, correct?
Correct.
And we can kind of see his head on what appears to be his head on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And not really
Yeah.
struggling or moving. Okay. And then we see an individual with a green hat. Is that another passerby? Do you know who that is? If you don't, that's fine.
Where at?
So kind of center to the right. So if I see you in the green pants, right?
Right.
We then see a woman in a white top. Do you know
Right.
who that is?
Oh, the
All right, so we're at 2:14:51, hitting play. Okay, so now, stopping at 2:15:05. You see you still there, standing in roughly the same place, correct?
Yes, sir.
And directly to the right of you, can you see who that is?
In the blue jacket?
Nope,
Or-
right behind. You see,
Oh, I don't. I can't tell who that is. No.
okay, I'm gonna rewind it a little bit. and
Okay.
Let me know if you are able to see Fatima's sister or not.
Okay.
So we're at 2:15:05, and I'm gonna go back 10 seconds or so. All right, so 2:14:55, hitting play. And if you see her, just tell me and I'll pause it, okay?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. That is her sister.
Okay, so now I pause it again at 2:15:07. And so you can see her sister kind of walking around.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue to play.
Okay.
And we're now at 2:15:21 where I pause. And does it appear that Fatima has now gotten up at this point?
I can't tell if they're dragging her or if she's gotten up, but
When you say they, who's dragging?
her mother and her sister.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
I don't want you to guess.
Sorry, I can't see it.
Okay,
So
I'm going to rewind again. We'll go back
Okay.
to 2:15:15.
yes, that was her sister. Sorry.
I'm going to go 2:15:14 and get playing. Okay. So now we're watching. All right, so now pausing at 2:15:34. And it's that point when her and Isaiah then start going to the school. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the time frame where you're talking about her holding her
Mhm.
daughter is
Yeah, I'm confused because I remembered it like she had came up, her and her daughter had came up to us, like the entire group after Fatima was on the floor, and she had came up yelling, screaming, and trying to grab at her. So,
and do you see that in there?
I only saw the sister.
Okay.
So,
And regardless, it was a relatively short period of time from the time when dad is detained to when she's going to school with Isaiah. Is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
Okay. So it wasn't on the ground for very long. Let me correct. Once she is released from dad,
Yeah.
she is not on the ground for very long. Is that fair?
I don't know, for being on the floor after you just got strangled by your father, I feel like that was a long time.
And I'm fair enough.
Personally, I just think
right.
she was down there for a minute. We were all staring there
Okay.
for a little bit.
But factually, we didn't just watch like 5 minutes of video. Is that's the point I'm making.
Yeah, okay, I guess not.
Okay. I'm not saying it wasn't traumatic or there
No,
wasn't a
I
lot
understand.
going
No,
on.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
characterize kind of how quick things were. Is that fair?
Yeah, now that I'm looking at the timing, it didn't feel as long as it really was. Like it didn't.
It felt
It felt
longer?
longer, yes, sir. It felt longer than it really was.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Athena, Mr. Leary just asked you about when watching the video, the passage of time. Do you remember him just asking you about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Despite the fact it wasn't 5 or 10 minutes, you testified earlier about your observations of Fatima's appearance when she was on the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that still your testimony that
Yes.
that was her appearance?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that you testified earlier about when I believe you indicated you haven't met Fatima's mother prior to that day, but you sort of put 2 and 2 together when you heard her say, screaming, my husband, my husband.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the same person that was screaming that, you indicated that you saw somebody when you were trying to pull Fatima up, you saw somebody sort of with their arms underneath her neck. Was the person that had their arms underneath her neck the same person that was screaming, my husband, my husband?
I'm not sure anymore.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Larry? All right. I may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading? No, Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay in the courtroom. Already directed as it relates to those who are recording the proceeding. You will take no photographs in any fashion of the jury coming, going, sitting in the jury box and the like. They cannot be included in any photographs. You also are prohibited from photographing any minor who will testify in this proceeding today. And my understanding is that there are minors who will be testifying today, and you cannot photograph the alleged victim who will be testifying first this morning. Those are the parameters as it relates to your being able to photograph. You also can't interrupt our proceeding in any fashion, which I'm sure that you understand. Do you have any questions? Yes, we will ensure, I will ask that the state identify anyone who is under the age of 18. All right. Thank you. Ms. Stone, do you have any preliminary matters before we bring the jury in?
I guess 2 questions, Your Honor. One is there was a question this morning in terms of the shot by Court TV while minors are testifying of the witness stand itself. It hits the bar of the witness stand. It doesn't show the minor itself. The question was raised to me. I said that was a question that needed to be raised to the court. So I don't know if that question was resolved or raised to the court. So that was the first question. The second one, I just wanted to let the court know, and I will indicate that the minor witnesses today are Zayla Carter,
Preliminary issues today.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Leary, do you have any preliminary issues? All right. As it relates to the issue raised by Ms. Stone, the only parameters that I have placed as it relates to the recording of this proceeding is as I have already articulated, and if the recording does not show the alleged victim or the minor witnesses, then they are complying with the court's order, and I don't have any issue with that, and I don't believe there's anything further to clarify. With that, please bring the jury in. And if you could please have Ms. Ali return to the stand.
May I step out to the trigger?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We are going to continue where we left off yesterday, which will now be the redirect of Ms. Ali. Ms. Stone?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Ali.
Good morning.
Ms. Ali, I want to start yesterday. Do you remember when Mr. Kading was asking you about if you had indicated before you knew you were going to Iraq in October or on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember him showing you a document, Defense Exhibit 525?
Yes.
Okay. And he had you read lines 5 through 21 or 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
On which page?
On page 73. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had indicated prior to him showing you that document that you didn't know when you were traveling. Do you remember that?
Yes.
May I approach, please, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll have you take that. Miss Ali, will you look at line 24? So one line past where Mr. Kading had you stop reading.
And just for the record, Ms. Stone has provided to the witness exhibit 525.
That's correct.
Now that's me pausing. Let me tell y'all what I see right now. It's like 80 of us in here, right? I got all the 29 likes. Y'all doing me like that? Really? And I know I've been chatting with more than 29 people. Come on, y'all, hit that thumbs up for me. Let's get that going. Hook me up. Let's get out here so everybody else can find this wonderful, wonderful community, right? Right? Let's hit that like, thumbs up, thumbs up. It's free, right? I surely appreciate it. Put your DNA on that, but right? The jewels like.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I'll take that back. So were you aware of a trip to Iraq versus the trip to Iraq? Is that a fair distinction between those two things?
Yes.
You had talked about, Mr. Kading also spent some time talking to you about your school attendance. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And have you skipped classes?
Yes.
Are there any classes that you particularly disliked or skipped more often?
Yes.
What class was that, or classes?
English.
Why English?
It's hard for me to really like learn.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have you adjust the microphone. It's a little hard to hear you. Thank you.
So you skipped classes, other classes besides English?
Yes.
But English is the one that you remember the most?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you skip classes, generally, where would you go? Did you leave campus? Did you go somewhere else? I mean, generally, if you were skipping a class, where were you going?
To the bathroom.
So staying at school?
Yeah.
I believe Mr. Kading asked you about a 504 plan yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What is a 504 plan to you? What does that mean to you?
Like extra help, and teachers will like help me more with like assignments.
So is a program at school where you believed you could get extra assistance?
Yes.
Okay. Was school easy for you?
No.
Was that just for English or for other classes?
For other classes.
What classes do you like the most? What classes were easier for you, or did you like the most?
Math.
Math? What else?
I like art class.
Okay. And did you ask about a 504 plan with your parents?
Yes.
Okay. Were they supportive of you getting a 504 plan?
No.
If you, Mr. Kading asked you yesterday, or said you didn't tell your parents things, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that a fair statement? Did you not tell your parents things?
Yeah.
Okay. Why wouldn't you tell your parents things?
I was afraid.
Okay. Were you comfortable telling them things that you knew they wouldn't like?
No.
Would they like knowing that you were dating at all?
They would not like that.
They would not like that?
Yes.
Was it dating in general? Was it dating Isaiah? Was it dating boys? Like any part of that?
Dating in general.
Dating in general was not okay.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of vehicle does your mom or Haneen drive? How would you describe what those vehicles look like?
My sister Haneen would drive like a box looking car, and it's like silver and black.
What about your mom?
I think it was like brown, and it was just like a normal regular car. It wasn't like a box shape. It was just like slim.
Okay. So you're really soft-spoken, and I know it's difficult, but I'm just going to ask you to speak up a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
So if I understood what you said your Haneen drove a box-looking car that was like silver and black.
Yes.
And your mom drove a brown car that you said was just like a regular car that was slim. Is that right?
Yeah.
And when you say slim, do you mean like a sedan style car, or like a truck like your dad?
Like a sedan, not like a truck.
Okay. Do you know what brand either of them were?
No.
Okay. And when you describe your sister Haneen's car as a box car that's silver and black, where is that silver and black on the vehicle? If you
The
recall?
silver was in like in the front, like where the lights were, like at the front, and the black was in the back, like for like the second door.
Okay. Do you remember yesterday when Mr. Leary asked you about your mom and who she was saying my daughter to? Do you remember that line of question?
Yes.
And Mr. Leary had you look at against defense exhibit 525 and line 55. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And he asked you to look at line 23. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. May I approach, runner?
You may. You said line 55. Is that page 55?
Page 55, line 23.
All right. You may approach.
Thank you. And again, Miss Ali, I'm going to ask you to look at page 55. Look at lines, read 23, but also read 24 and 25, please. And was that your only answer to Mr. Leary as to initially you thought it was to you?
No.
What else did you tell Mr. Leary during the course of that interview?
I said to me or to someone else, I don't know. I just know that.
Okay, thank you. So is it fair to say that during those interviews, you didn't indicate you knew exactly who it was to? You thought it might be to you, but it could have been to someone else as well. And then you said, I don't know. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And that was indicated in the document as well, correct?
Yes.
When Mr. Leary was talking to you yesterday, do you remember him talking about your mom and how your mom was holding you?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Leary gesturing with his arms low and around? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that how your mom was holding you?
No.
How was your mom holding you?
Like I said, around the throat, around my neck, and my chest.
Okay. He also asked you if you thought your mom was trying to hurt you at the time, and you said no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you want to believe that your mom is trying to hurt you?
I don't want to believe that.
How do your parents normally hold you if they're comforting or hugging you? What does that look like?
I don't know.
And what do you mean by I don't know?
It's really rare for me and my mom or my dad to hug.
So you don't have a good baseline experience for hugging with your parents?
Yes.
Is it fair then to say that they're not big huggers?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kadeen Recross.
Ms. Ali, you indicated that when you skipped class and such, you stayed at the school.
Yes.
Is that every time?
Yes.
Okay, on January 25th, 2024, 9:07 in the morning, that's a Tuesday, you were not at school, were you?
I don't remember that.
You were at Safeway? You remember that day?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you skipped school that day, you were at the Safeway?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't always stay at school when you skip school?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I just asked you, do you always stay at school, and you said yes?
Well, that time I didn't remember, but now I remember.
Okay, but your answer was yes?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not true, right?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry Recross.
Thank you for coming back. So back to our conversation yesterday about the interview that we talked about. And I just want to be accurate. So when we were talking about you hearing your mom say, my daughter, you initially said you thought that she was saying that to you, correct?
Yeah.
And then I said, to you, question mark? And then you followed up and said, to me or somebody, I don't know.
Yes.
Just that she was saying my daughter more than one time. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, because I want to be accurate, right? So you, initially you said, I thought it was to me, but it could have been to me, it could have been to others, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that you described her tone as sad, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, Ms. Stone followed up and said that you don't want to think that your mom wanted to hurt you, correct?
Yes.
And that's fair. You told the police that night at the hospital that you didn't think that your mom was trying to hurt you, correct?
Yeah.
And that you thought that she was trying to protect you from the chaos, correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay. But if an officer came later and testified to that, would you disagree with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Because it was chaotic, right?
Yeah, it was chaotic.
Okay. And that she's holding you from behind, correct?
From her neck and my chest.
Okay. But she's sitting behind you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Stone, any further direct examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And may this witness be excused, or is there a potential of recall?
Subject to recall, thank you.
All right, so at this time, you may step down and step out of the courtroom. Thank you. Ms. Zoe, you may.
Wow, guys. So what do you guys think? Did the prosecution team redirect her? I think they did. I think they did. You guys have to let me know, because I'm like, we know she's tired of being up there. I'm tired for her. And they got her subject to recall, right? Really? This is what we doing? So there's a great possibility that she may have to return to the stand. Right? I don't know. And for her to say that, in regards to her, when they asked her, how does it normally feel to be comforted by your parents? For her to say she doesn't know, it breaks your heart, right? Those, that's your first love, right? Your parents. Right? And vice versa. Let's see. I wonder if it's going to be another minor to the stand. I'm assuming that's something with the boyfriend. Either he's going to testify or the mom's going to testify today, because I couldn't imagine, unless they just really want to see the Alis go down, right? Which is very possible. Like they're going to be there for every day of court action, right? And like, what do you do with this? It's so heartbreaking. Let me see what we got in here. Baca said his blink rate is extremely high. Film Freak says, I hope not. Stella Iris, 88 Iris, my bad, says there was the other daughter there. Yeah, she was up there at the scene. Yep. The Jewel says, yes, that was definitely awful to hear, right? Juicy Talk says, how do you lead this country?
Yes.
How do you know Fatima?
Through school.
Okay. Are you friends with Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. And do you call her Fatima or do you call her something different?
I call her Ali.
Ali? Is that her nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you still friends with Fatima?
We talk sometimes.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Isaiah?
Yes.
And how do you know Isaiah?
Also through school.
Okay. Are you friends with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. Zayla, I want to bring your attention to October 18th of 2024. When school let out that day at 2 p.m., where did you go?
I went to the bus stop in front of the school.
Okay. And when you got to the bus stop, was there anyone else that was already there?
A lot of students were already there. I got there a little late.
I'm sorry?
A lot of students were already there because I got there a little late.
Okay. And when you got there, you mentioned there were a lot of students already there. Did you recognize any of them?
Yes.
Who did you recognize? And you indicated when you got to the bus stop, Ali and Isaiah were already there. What were they doing when you first got to the bus stop?
I think Ali was arguing with her father.
Okay. And were you able to understand what they were arguing about?
No, I couldn't, but there was a boy named Noah that could understand some things.
Okay. When Ali and her father were arguing, were they arguing in English or a different language?
It was in a different language.
Okay. And what were their tone? What was Ali's tone like when she was arguing with her father?
She seemed frightened.
Okay. What did you see or hear that make you believe she was frightened?
She was crying.
Okay.
And she was talking in a really high pitch. And it just seemed like she was afraid.
Okay. And what about her father? What kind of tone did he have?
He was yelling at her.
Okay. And when Ali and her father were when they were talking to each other, what was Isaiah doing?
I think he was also trying to talk to him.
Okay. When you say talk to him, who are you referring to?
Ali's father.
Okay. And then what happened while they were arguing?
They were just going back and forth for a little bit. And then at one point, I think Ali tried to walk away or something. And her father grabbed her.
Okay. And when her father grabbed her, were you able to see where, how he grabbed her?
Not the initial, I did not.
Okay. And when Ali's father tried to grab her, what if anything did Isaiah do?
He tried to pull her back.
Okay. And when Isaiah tried to pull Ali back, what was her father's reaction?
I think he punched him in the face.
Okay. And then after he punched Isaiah in the face, what did he do after that?
I'm not exactly sure, but I looked and they had fell to the ground and he had Ali in a chokehold and she was trying to get away from him, but she was like losing consciousness.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, Ali's father hit Isaiah, and then the next thing that you saw, Ali and her father were on the ground already?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw them on the ground and her father had her in a chokehold. Chokehold means different things to different people. What did you see that made you say it was a chokehold?
His arm was wrapped around her throat and she couldn't breathe. Her lips were turning purple.
Okay. And when you saw Allie's father had her in the chokehold, what was your reaction when you saw that?
I tried to help her, but I wasn't strong enough, and a lot of other students stepped in at that point.
Okay. You indicated, Zayla, you tried to help her. What did you do?
I had hit him.
Okay. And you said other students, and when you hit Allie's father, did he let go of her from the chokehold?
No.
Okay. And you also indicated other students stepped in. Do you remember who stepped in? And what did those students do when they tried to help?
They were hitting him and pulling him by his jacket.
Okay.
And other students were trying to get an adult.
Okay. And when you and the other students got involved, were you all successful in getting Allie's father away from her?
I don't remember. I think so, but I think adult had stepped in at that point.
Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned an adult has stepped in at that point. Do you remember what where the adult came from?
He got out of his truck. He had parked on the side of the road.
Okay. And you indicated when Allie was on the ground, she was, you indicated she couldn't breathe. What did you see that made you think she couldn't breathe?
She was gasping for air and her eyes were rolling back to the back of her head.
Okay. Do you remember if at any point you indicated Allie's father was there? Do you remember at any point if any adult females showed up?
Yes, Allie's mom and sister.
Okay. And when Allie's mom showed up, do you remember what she did?
I think she was trying to help her husband with Allie.
Okay. And what did you see that make you believe that she was helping her husband?
When Allie had tried to get off, or when she had got away from her father, she had tried to run and her mom had grabbed her and she was grabbing her by the throat and stuff.
Okay. And when you saw Allie's mom grab her by the throat, do you remember what Allie did or say?
She pushed her away.
Okay. And at some point, was Allie able to sort of get away from that scene at the bus stop?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Do you know where she went?
She went into the high school.
Okay. And what about Allie's mom? After Allie went to the high school, do you know where her mom went?
She tried chasing her.
Okay. And you indicated Allie's sister also showed up. At some point, did you end up trying to talk to her sister?
I did not talk to her personally, no.
Okay. And at some point, did the police arrive?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to any of the police officers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember during the incident at the bus stop, whether you indicated that the reason you went to the bus stop was because you were trying to catch the bus to go home?
Yes.
Do you remember when the incident at the bus stop was happening, whether the bus showed up at any point?
The bus going the other way did show up and the bus driver did get off the bus and try to interfere.
Okay. And Zayla, have you seen a video of this incident that was taken by one of the students?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 61.
You may.
So that's me pausing. Ooh, I feel like a side chick over here. Like we got almost 140 people in this chat, right?
They have been on the ground for a little bit. Who's they?
Ali and her father.
And continue playing the video. I don't have any additional questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Just to clarify, good morning. Just to clarify one thing. The arrival of the two older women, did you know them?
No, I did not.
Okay. Had you ever been to Fatima's house?
No,
Okay. Had you ever met any other members of her family?
no.
Okay. So when these two women showed up then at the scene, do you remember when that was?
I think it was sometime after Fatima and her father were struggling on the ground.
Okay. And you indicated that you didn't have any interaction with the younger woman. Is that right?
I don't think so. I think I only had an interaction with her mother.
Okay. And do you recall telling her to get away and pushing at her?
No.
Okay. All right. And do you remember comforting Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall holding him?
Yes.
And you stayed at the scene of the bus stop for how long?
I think 10 or 15 minutes after.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. So at the time that the older woman, do you know who the older woman and the younger woman wearing the headscarves were?
I didn't know at first, but I did hear that was her mother and her sister.
Okay. All right. So you didn't necessarily know from before, but if I identify it as mother and sister, you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So at the point that mom arrived, Ali and her dad were on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And there were a large number of students around, correct?
Yes.
And the dad was actively being punched in the head, correct?
Yes.
Okay. By a lot of people?
Yes.
Okay. And so mom is trying to push through, correct?
Yeah, she did get through.
Okay. And then shortly thereafter, and was the bus driver already there at that point?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about the other adult who came in?
No, he was not.
He was not there.
No.
Okay. Would you agree that it didn't take the adult male long to kind of subdue dad. Is that correct?
Yeah, he put him into a chokehold.
The passerby put dad into a chokehold.
Yes.
Okay. How long was the passerby having dad in a chokehold?
He did struggle with him for about a minute or two.
Okay. And so dad was fighting back for
Yes.
the passerby?
Yes.
Okay. Were you wondering if the passerby was winning or losing?
No.
Overruled.
Did you think that the passerby was losing?
No.
Okay. But was unable to control dad?
Was having a hard time controlling him, yes.
Okay. And then during this time, your friend Ali, Fatima, was able to get away.
Yes.
How far away did she get?
She made it all the way into the school building.
Okay. You described her mom grabbing her, correct?
Yeah.
How far away did she get before her mom had her?
She made it to the dirt, to the sidewalk of the where we were at.
Okay. Did she get up and walk and run?
She was able to get up, or she had help up, and she was able to get to the sidewalk, and her mom started grabbing her
Okay. How far away did she get from where her dad was?
to the sidewalk.
I mean, so distance wise, like number of feet, if you can estimate.
5 feet.
Okay. Okay. And at this time, you are holding on to Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
So then mom's holding on to her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And then Fatima's able to, she lets go, and then she runs into the school.
Yes, her and Isaiah run to the school.
Okay. And mom is how far behind?
She was right behind them for a second, but they started running faster than her.
Okay. And then
What's up? Oh, I'm so glad to have all of y'all in one room. Oh, thank you. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to everybody that was keeping us safe throughout this time that we had all three of these trials going. We was trying to, we covered everything. We got it together. We got verdicts. We got whole trials completed, and everybody got to watch what they wanted to watch, right? And I know y'all still waiting on this Ali. They back there working, baby. They only had one question, and nothing else has came through. I tell you, 11 hours, 57 minutes, and 8 seconds as we count. And they have about a little less than 2 hours. It's really me, Mo Key. It's me. I'm like, shoot, I gotta make everybody take a break in all the rooms so we can do a chair dance. We can do something like loosen up. Let's get some water. Let's loosen up. Take a shot, do something, right? It's tense. You really, you about to put me back on the train? I am not getting back on the train. Look, you say you bracing yourself. Oh gosh, yeah. I want everybody to take a couple deep breaths. Right? This just mean the people in the Ali trial just really working some things out, right? And they doing some things, they looking at some stuff, and that's okay. Just hopefully they come back with the right decision, right? That's all we want at the end of the day. Oh, you say you had a long ride, right? It's definitely something else. It's definitely something else. But I figure I will give y'all a little break from this because shoot. I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm all for rewatching testimony, but I don't know. They might give me nightmares at this point in time. Right? Check it out, 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 check it out. Yeah, so the plan, I am still working on the plan. I should have that before we leave. Moki. So I am thinking I'm hoping that Law and Crime puts the opening statements in a separate format for the mailman one. The opening statements, the way they did it today, they kind of like showed it in the live feed when they were on a verdict watch for Ali, and I just want to kind of like put it. I'm hoping that they do it separately. Yeah. Yeah, I want them to do it separately versus to having it in there. So I'm waiting for them to kind of like flip it up. So what I'll do is I'll schedule for us to come in earlier than when the actual trial is supposed to start tomorrow. And that way we can get the opening statements done, because I think that's all they took care of. Would you say you need more to look at? Right? I don't know. I really don't know, because it seems like they may be divided. They probably came in there and took a vote, right? But I think that more the issue is they got a lot of charges, right? For different people, different degrees, different levels. Like, so it may be a lot to work through when you talk about two defendants. So I can see that happening, right? So we're gonna let them do their job. Let them figure it out. Our grounds. We always have him to go back to. Hi, Grandma. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so glad that you subscribed and turned on your notification, because that bell will be ding, 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 ding. Nah. That's right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Stop this train. I want to get off and go home again. Is that right, Zach? Come on, ride the train and ride it. Come on, ride the train and ride it. Oh, y'all know what I'm talking about. Right? Let's come on, ride that train and ride it. Yeah, it's so glad, like these last 2 days, no trains. It's like these last 2 days, like for most of the part, we've all been in like separate rooms, right? Right? 12 hours and 2 minutes and 46 seconds. $55 seconds. 58 seconds. It's at 12:03. All right. So just to give some updates on some of the trials that we did cover today in different rooms, for anybody that was looking forward to any other or following any other trials, I do want to you say you want a different room. Pinky, we had all types of rooms. Where was you at, girl? Pinky, we had all types of rooms. We had 3 rooms open today, boo. Right? So we had the Delgado one that we did. He was found guilty. He was sentenced to 50 years for he shot his ex-wife 5 times, and she took it and smiled. Then we had the basketball trial that just happened, and we got that testimony all completed. Like that was a 1-day trial. That was on like 6 hours. So he was found guilty. He thought he was gonna stand his ground. No, you're not. So he was found guilty. I mean, we got 2 out of the 3 already with guilties, right? I don't see nothing that's gonna happen different in this one. In the Ali. We going 3 for 3. We batting. They just gotta get through those old confusing jury instructions. You say, how do you change rooms? It should send out alerts whenever I schedule. So I'll schedule them, Pinky, and it'll be like whatever the title of it is, right? And you will have your notification bell on, and then it will let you go into that room. Unless we already in the room and we you say, come get you. Pinky said, somebody come get her. Pinky, if I would have knew you wanted to be in another room, I could have dropped the link in here. You could have went to the other room. We oh, they all on the channel homepage. Okay. Yeah, Jason got her. Jason he gonna get her and bring her wherever he at. Right? Oh, okay, just be nice. So if you pull it up, it pulls up all 3 streams and you just pick which room you want to go in. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know how I do it because I'll be starting the rooms at different times, of course. There's that, depending on what time the trial starts. So the trial that we talking about starting tomorrow, let me give y'all some information on that. Nah, Pinky. Oh, this was a hot mess. Without the mods, it wouldn't even work, boo. Oh, goodness. It wouldn't even work. Hey, Beverly. Thanks for coming in. Feel free to gifted a membership. Check it out. Thank you, Phil. If you receive that free membership, you know exactly what to do, right? You know exactly what to do. Woo, woo. I'm still on the train. I'm riding it. Yeah, so we still waiting on this Ali. That's my thoughts on that one. Let me give y'all some information about this trial that we gonna open up. We should be able to. I don't see anything that's going to prevent us from opening up a room, but let me give y'all some information on it. I mean, these people out here, they worried about, let me see. Let me see something here. Yeah, I've been Ali beating the head. I see they having a oh my goodness, y'all know my crew. Can y'all believe they are ready for the 2 juries, the 2 defendants, the 2 unalivings? Do y'all know they in closing arguments already? Jason. We started watching that trial because we had to do a diagram for that trial. Like, I was gonna have to create a diagram. We couldn't follow along with that mess. Yeah. Yeah, I see it right now. It's on my screen. It's closing arguments. Yeah, we missed all of that. But we was all confused. I mean, you talking about daddy snitching, the getaway driver snitching, everybody committing unalives, everybody snitching, everybody getting off. ATKs, CFKs, AKAs, MAAs, all them doggone things. Like they had too much going on. I mean, and I ain't gonna say I'm the brightest bulb in the thing, but when I knew I needed a diagram, I was like, oh yeah, we got Butters, Blue. That's right. Irish got one of the names, Butter Blues. What was the other B name? Butter, Blue, and Brown. I mean, good grief, triple B's. All of them out here unaliving people and going to snitch to get lesser time, less time. Busted biscuits. You got that right. Anything with a B. Bread. Yeah, I tell you. That one was definitely busy. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, I was just trying to see if Court TV had put the opening statements up here separate from anything else. We had 12 hours and 11 minutes. Buttermilk biscuit. Yeah, that one is not till August, right? Libby? Here y'all go. I got something for y'all. I got something for y'all. Just for FYI. Because we're gonna take a little slight break. I still got the Ali stuff up. So don't y'all worry about that. I can't with this. I can't. Okay, here y'all go. I got something for y'all. Just while we wait, and I need to figure out something else anyways. I'm trying to figure out if I can find some information, more stuff for this trial that we want to try to cover tomorrow.
attach it.
Because
Tried
it's
to
not
go
a tactic,
off
it's
of what
facts.
we're talking
It's
about
facts.
to some other reason.
It's facts. Because
some
I
other
find
thing.
it hard to believe that
I'm gonna
all
let
of
the
a sudden
state.
nobody hears what I say.
I'm gonna let the
Oh,
state
man,
make a
stop.
record of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that.
We go over the top 5 outbursts of defendant Darrell Brooks in the Waukesha Parade tragedy trial. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The trial of Darrell Brooks at one point, and he brings up these legal theories that seemingly have no basis in fact or law that delay the whole proceedings. And this is partially due to the fact that we believe Brooks identifies as a sovereign citizen. This is someone who believes that they're not under the jurisdiction or authority of the government. So we thought, why not revisit the top 5 outbursts of Darrell Brooks during this trial? And I'd like to start with a particularly bad one. You see, at one point, Brooks called as a witness his ex-girlfriend, Erica Patterson, as he was presenting his case. Now, she had previously testified for the state, and it's alleged that he, Darrell Brooks, got into a fight with Erica Patterson and attacked her right before he drove his car into the parade. Brooks was not too happy about it.
3, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all, it doesn't make her an incredible witness, if it's even true. And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada, and for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because
sure.
that's a lie.
Let
Because
him
at the end
finish.
of the day,
Let
if
him
we
finish,
gonna open the door
Mr.
on that, no,
Brooks.
since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate all on the record. Since you think you know so much,
Once
so
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can open the door
loud,
on how old she told me
disrespectful,
she was when we met.
interrupting.
We can ask
He's-
that question
he is
too. Then
over the
Did you
top,
ask that?
animated
Do you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No,
finish.
I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter and he can show it is inadmissible, he will not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will declare the cross-examination closed. Thank you. We're in recess. 1 hour.
Get your facts straight. So let's open the door on all of it then, so we can get all of it on the record. Since you think you know so much, did you know she said she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
Now, luckily, as I said, this was outside the presence of the jury, and that is very good.
I don't know about y'all, but I love me some Jesse. Boy, he got the best hair on TV. I don't know what Jesse be doing to his hair, but I love Jesse's hair. He got the most fantastic hair. Oh my goodness. Woo. Gone, Jesse. Jesse. Baby. He definitely using the best kind of shampoo and conditioner, boo. He got that hair. I love Jesse. I watch Jesse all day just so I can see his hair.
Just another example of him being removed from the courtroom. You know, look, Brooks has repeatedly made statements that this process is totally unfair, that he's not being heard, and he adamantly denies that he's trying to deliberately obstruct the proceedings. He feels that he's just trying to get his word out and his rights protected. In fact, in another major outburst and show of disrespect to the court and the procedure, he yells at the judge about what this trial is about.
I don't care what you believe fully.
All right.
It's not a game.
I
I don't take this as a game. That's what nobody, you don't got to explain nothing to me.
Do you want?
That's what you don't understand. You think that this is a whole game to me. This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke. That's what y'all don't understand.
But there's
and it's unfair. It's unfair and it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a joke.
What type of statement is that? Your life is not on the line. Mine is. And you think that I think this is funny?
I don't think it's funny whatsoever.
So I think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you should show some respect.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, the jury's coming out and you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in recess.
No, you're not rushing me to judgment. I don't care what you're talking about.
Unbelievable that he's saying this to a judge. A judge. I sometimes have to remind myself who he's speaking to. And, there is so much discussion about.
I forgot how bad he was. Oh my goodness. He is but terrible. Like, who talks to a judge like that? Oh my goodness. I can't believe. Look at his face. Oh my goodness. Oh, he got up. He stood up, had his hands like, what? Oh my. Yikes. This Daryl boy, he got a lot of nerve and talk about somebody playing some games with his life when he didn't sit over here and use his car as a battering ram through a doggone parade. He didn't care nothing about their lives. He got a lot of nerve. But that tune changed when she was ready to sentence him. Crazy. Oh, cray.
Judge Darrow here showing this restraint. Why didn't she kick him out of the courtroom sooner? Why didn't she kick him out multiple times? And I think there's one theory that at least I believe is that she is giving him so much leeway, so much opportunity to reel himself in. And she's deliberately making sure that she doesn't prematurely silence him or kick him out of the courtroom too quickly. Because the theory is that if he's convicted, an appellate court then can't say that she was unfair to him. Right? The only person who buried his case was Darrell Brooks himself, that she wasn't being unfair or violating his rights, that she gave him every opportunity to correct his behavior. And some believe that this is a sign that he shouldn't be allowed to represent himself anymore, but that's his right. And while there could be opportunities for judges to step in and say that the defendant is not competent and an attorney should be assigned at this point, this judge is not at that point. She believes that he is doing all of this deliberately to delay these proceedings, and he knew what he was getting himself into when he decided to represent himself. And I think at the very least, it seems that Mr. Brooks has issues with authority, because if you listen to what he said to Judge Darrow multiple times, this one in particular was really egregious.
I'm a grown man with grown kids. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. Nobody. I don't have a problem with doing what you asked me to do, not tell me. Just like when I asked you about subject matter jurisdiction that you have yet to prove on the record. But somehow I'm being intentionally disruptive. Come on, man. Stop. Just stop it.
Jury's coming out.
All rise for the jury.
Not gonna work.
And that is not the only time that he barked at the judge and told her what her job should be.
If you don't make a record, then I can't make a ruling.
It threw people off a loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man. Stop.
When you aren't
Stop
even
it.
letting
You're a
me
public
ask
servant, Your Honor.
questions.
I respect your courtroom. I respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself on record that your job is being the umpire.
Your Honor, can I ask Ms. Patterson please be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. My apologies.
My apologies too, but it needs to be some truth. especially when we're talking about stuff that didn't even happen, but they're allowed to get on the stand and say that it happened when they know it didn't happen.
So I'm going to make a record about what
This
he's
is
referring
ridiculous,
to
man.
in count 77.
Truth be told, I could do a 2-hour show on all of the disruptions and the hostile moments in court. But I have to tell you, after reviewing it, there is one moment in particular, one time when I was actually nervous for the safety of the people in the courtroom, and including the judge. And this came about when the prosecution started presenting an issue and how the prosecutor, Sue Opper, said the word defendant. Take a look.
There's an issue that we do need to take up potential as to a witness by the name of Abel Lescano. He has prior criminal history.
Thank you.
So as long as the jury's out, we should probably discuss that. I would like to provide the defendant and the court with a copy.
So that had to be said. So it's the defendant.
That's not how it was said.
That was how it said. You want to run the record back?
Mr. Brooks.
So I'm the only one. I got one. I got one ear that work, and I heard that.
This is to benefit you so that you understand your witness has a prior record.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice. This is the alleged record of Abel Lescano.
Stop talking.
Oh man, like I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I accept the value in return for value this document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opper.
So can
Your Honor, I believe he has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI 2nd from 1997, and OWI 3rd from 1997, and OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2006.
All right, I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared.
So, as we record this, we are coming to the end of the Darrell Brooks trial. After the judge deemed Brooks was non-responsive to her question, she ruled that Brooks forfeited his right to call more witnesses or even testify himself. He has been repeatedly kicked out of the courtroom. In fact, he's spending the majority of his time outside of the courtroom in that adjacent courtroom. And after the judge reads the jury instructions, we go to the closing arguments, and then this case is handed off to the jury. They're going to have 152 verdict forms. That is a lot of paperwork, a lot for them to decide. And I'll tell you one thing, all said and done, this is certainly a case that we won't forget. And thanks, everybody, for joining us here on Sidebar. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
So that should have lightened y'all up just.
You said you wanted to raise a legal issue.
Just a little bit. Just trying to keep it light up in here. Right? Right. So we are still in verdict watch. We had 12 hours, 27 minutes, 21 seconds. They have about an hour and a half left to deliberate. I don't know. I don't think he was shackled. I don't think he was shackled. Wait a minute. They have so many of these on here. It's absolutely ridiculous, y'all. Like, once you can't make this stuff up. Let me see. Look, we won't do it, but I'll let y'all see it. He is this man. This judge was just too much. You can't shackle. Like this judge, I can't believe she even let him do this. Like, I feel so bad for her. She should have been like retiring after this. I like her too. She's so pretty. Okay.
All right, we are back on the record. Then appearances are as they were before. State have their next witness available.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury back out.
Don't consent to being called by the name that this court chooses to identify me by. I want to state for the record that I'm here as a third-party intervener on special appearance on behalf of my client. Can that be noted for the record?
Was noted this morning.
May it be noted again for the record so that we can keep the record clear and accurate.
The appearances are as they were this morning. They are no different. Bring the jury out.
And we have yet to address subject matter jurisdiction, Your Honor. I still haven't been shown any verified proof that this court has subject matter jurisdiction. And at this point, may I request an affidavit that you, Your Honor, have no bias, no conflict of interest, and no interest in the outcome of this case?
Mr. Brooks, the jury's coming out. We'll address your legal issues later, if I deem them appropriate.
Judge, do you hold the full
Mr.
judicial
Brooks,
power of the
please,
state, or is this the
please.
military
All right,
power?
Can you please take the jury out? Thank you.
Do you hold the full
Mr. Brooks, just
jurisdiction?
wait till the jury's out, please. I ask that you show that respect.
I will.
Thank you. Everyone else can be, you all can be seated. Mr. Brooks, just make your statements. What do you want to advise the court today?
I want to first state again for the record that I do not identify by that name, nor do I consent to being called that name. Your Honor, with all respect, I'm merely asking you, do you have the full judicial power of the state, or is this military power?
I'm sorry? I don't understand what you're asking me, sir.
I'm asking, is
And on what
this,
legal basis are you making that request?
I'm asking for the record, is this a common law court or an admiralty court? What are we in here? And I'm requesting an affidavit that you, Your Honor, have no bias, no conflict of interest, or no interest in the outcome of this case. And the reason why I want to state this clearly for the record, mainly is because of the bias that's been shown. I have not been getting any certified copies of any requests that I've made, which I was told by this court to address inmate communication forms for anything that I may need. I've done that. I've complied with that. Every time I've needed something of the court pertaining to documents, I've done it the way the court has asked me. And I've always stated that I wanted everything to be certified. I have yet to even get that. My court docket sheet was not a certified copy. When I asked Your Honor of your oath of office, I asked for that to be certified. You stated for the record that you would not give me a certified copy of your oath of office, which you are required to show if I ask for it. I've brought up my Sixth Amendment constitutional right that has been pretty much discarded, and that is based on the fact that I have the right to face my accuser, which would be the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, in this matter. They have yet to show that a claim is I mean, a living human being can only make a claim. An entity cannot make a claim. I've requested for the complaint to be provided. The complaint from November 23 of 2021, the amended complaint from November 29th of 2021, the second amended complaint from January 12 of this year, 2022. I have yet to see those. There was no record of a bond in my docket sheet. I asked for that to be verified by proof. That hasn't been provided. There's so many biases, clear biases in questions that are not being asked based on judicial determinations made by Your Honor. You look at the discrepancies, and I think they're clear. I think at minimum, I deserve for the subject matter jurisdiction to be verified and proven. I've raised that issue numerous times, pretty much every day, every time I come before your court, Your Honor, I address that, and it has yet to be proven. My filings have been disregarded, even though they've been filed into the record, even though they've been time stamped. I haven't got the original copies of any of them, which I'm supposed to get. And as we sit here today, I'm still not even understanding the nature and cause of the charges. That hasn't even been proven. Can that be provided in any way? I'm basically sitting here confused because I don't understand why these proceedings are allowed to continue when there's so many things that have not been provided. They haven't been provided in my discovery. They haven't been provided to me by being brought to my pod where I'm housed in the jail. I'm without so much information, valid information to this matter. And I believe that it should be verified and it should be proven for the record. And if not, I move for this case to be dismissed for failure to appear by the plaintiff and failure to state a claim for which relief can be granted. Everything that I'm saying, it has merit and it has validity. As we sit here today, I'm still being charged with charges that shouldn't even exist based on the testimony that we've heard for the last few days. There's so many things left to still be proven. The prosecution team hasn't even proven that they're licensed to practice law in Wisconsin. They haven't proven, are they just bar association members, or do they have state issued licenses? That has not been proven, which I've raised that issue for the record. I'm not even sure if that was even recorded in the docket sheet. There's so many things, and Your Honor, you still haven't stated for the record if you have full judicial power of the state or is this military power. That hasn't been proven. Nothing has been proven. Not subject matter jurisdiction, not licenses to practice law. My Sixth Amendment right has been basically trampled over. No complaints have been shown. Neither of the three that I've requested, by the way that you told me to request them by inmate communication. Nothing is certified that I get copies of when I clearly asked for them to be certified and to be filed into the record. It's to the point where Your Honor, you should recuse yourself from the presiding at this point. If you're not going to abide by the oath that you swore, which was in your oath, correct? You swore to protect the Constitution of the United States. You swore to protect we the people. That is not being done here. If every valid argument that I raised is taken by the court as a sign of disrespect or a sign of trying to intentionally be disruptive or causing a problem, when I'm merely seeking understanding, because I don't understand. I'm merely seeking to understand why this information has yet to be provided and we're this far into this matter. And there's still no verified proof. Even as I sit now saying this, there's still no proof being provided. Zero. How is this case allowed to continue without these documents and filings being verified? Is there any legal factual basis that can state why this information has not been provided? why the docket sheet is incorrect, why there's so much on the docket sheet that should be on record that's not even in there, that if we had the recordings of the record, they would see was brought up numerous times that doesn't even show up. I'm just asking for your honor to be fair, which is another right that I have, the right to a fair trial and the right to an impartial jury. I can go on and on and on about what's not being done. I have, again, I say I have the right to face my accuser. Where's the injured party? Who's making the claim? I asked your honor numerous times for your honor's name. You wouldn't answer. I asked, did you have a claim against me? You did not answer. I asked the whole courtroom, did anyone have a claim against me? No one said anything, which you stated for the record a non-responsive answer. A non-responsive answer is an agreement, which will be a tactic agreement by you, your honor, that you don't have to answer these questions that you should be answering. I have that right. The plaintiff in this matter, which was stated by witnesses in testimony to be the state of Wisconsin. But when I asked, do they see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom, the question is shut down, which is a valid question. The plaintiff should be present in this matter. Where is the plaintiff? Who's bringing the claim? Because we know an entity can't bring a claim. It has to be a living, breathing human being. No one is stated for the record if they're the injured party. Not your honor, not the prosecutors, not anyone in the court has stated to be an injured party in this matter. No one. Not one person. I have the right to demand that the court place in the evidence any unrevealed contract. Has that been provided to me? Have that been placed in the evidence? I would like to see it, which is my right. I have the right to inform the jury about the truth in their duty, in their rights. That's the First Amendment and the Sixth Amendment. But I'm repeatedly told to shut the question down when this is valuable information that the jury should be privileged to know. They deserve to know. Once they were chosen to sit on this jury, why are we keeping information away from them that they deserve to know? They ultimately have the power. They decide the matter. Why are we keeping information, valuable information, from their knowledge? That's a disservice to the jury. And frankly, it's a disservice to the court that they're not allowed to hear things that they should know, that they should be informed of. It's our right to inform them of everything that they have the power to know, to do, and to know. They deserve that much. It would be a travesty for them to make a decision without being fully informed. And these are all valid things. I have the right to protest and object if any of my rights or demands are not being met. I've done that numerous times only to be shut down. Numerous times. I've raised the issues that I didn't consent to anything that may have been suggested on behalf of my former attorneys. I've never even consented to them making a plea on my behalf. I haven't, as a matter of fact, when it comes to a plea, I haven't even had the opportunity to entertain any plea that may have been suggested by the prosecution. We haven't even talked about that. Not one time was it ever brought to my attention that the prosecution even wanted to offer a plea. That's another issue. I have the right to challenge the jurisdiction of this court, which I've done numerous times. I have the right to demand that the code be construed in harmony with the common law. I just raised that. I'm constantly referred to as pro se when I've raised the issue that I'm pro per. I have the right to conduct my defense pro per, free from professional restrictions imposed upon licensed attorneys, which this court is well aware that I am not a licensed attorney. In fact, the court is also aware that I only had 3 days to prepare for a trial that the prosecution has been prepared for a whole year. We see these boxes right here. This box alone is 45 or 50 pounds full of so much information. I haven't even gone through half of it. It was stated for the record that the discovery, in its entirety, was brung to my housing unit on the 29th of September, which trial was scheduled, that would be a Thursday, which trial was scheduled for Monday. How can I possibly go through all that, all the paperwork, all the digital discovery and things of that nature? How can I go through all of that and be prepared in 3 days? That's a clear bias. I did not have time to prepare for this. Everything I'm doing is off the top of my head, winging it, taking it as it comes. When the court is well aware that I was not prepared, I raised the issue that it should be an adjournment, at least at the minimum, it should be an adjournment because of that fact, at least to let me go through all the discovery. That was denied. No valid reason was stated for that when Your Honor knew there is no possible way, humanly possible, that I could be ready for a trial of this magnitude in 3 days. That's clear bias. I have the right to face the injured party claiming damages. That's under Article 3 and the 6th Amendment. I raised that issue again. Where's the injured party? Is the injured party present in court right now? Can anyone make a claim against me? Can you make a claim against me, Your Honor? Do you know of anyone that can make a claim against me, Your Honor? Can anyone right now in court, anyone, make a claim against me? And because of that, Your Honor, the motion to dismiss should be granted based on that alone. There's no injured party in this matter. So who makes the claim? Who? I have the right to put the judge on notice of my intent to appeal and any ruling decisions during the case. You stated for the record that I would have to wait until appealing process, but my right is that I can raise that issue during the case, which I've attempted to do. That's been shut down. I have the right to specifically reserve all of my rights, which I do at the beginning. I have the right to say what I want and to be heard under the First Amendment. And when I attempt to do that, it's taken as a slight to the court, a disrespect to the court, or me intentionally coming into the court to be disrespectful, which I've stated that is not my intention. Never is it my intention. I never intend to walk into your courtroom, Your Honor, and be disrespectful intentionally. I never come into this courtroom to disrespect anyone. But because I don't understand, I raise these issues because they have validity. I have the right to object to any statement made by the judge or the prosecution. I've done that and been repeatedly shut down. Without a lawful explanation. I've repeatedly asked the court for a motion for a finding of fact to determine if things.
We're gonna stop in the middle of our boy DB's rant, right? Thank you so much, Fala. Now y'all know if y'all received a membership from Fala, y'all know what y'all supposed to say. We're gonna spam the chat. You going to dispute that charge? And thank you, thank you, thank you. Look, the gift that keeps giving. Remember, it's Friendship Day. It's Friendship Day. Gosh, this man can talk. We 12 hours and 49 minutes and 56 seconds into this Ali verdict. Yes, Zach then got green. Oh boy. Awesome. Thank you so much, Follow. Okay, guys.
Things are being done legally. I've been denied that numerous times without merit, which is also my right. I have the right to recuse the judge at any time, which is also a right. I have the right to a speedy and fair trial by impartial jury. I think it's safe to say that my speedy trial right has definitely been violated because this matter has been taking place for roughly a year. I've never consented to waiving anything related to a speedy trial. And if that was done, it was done without my consent or without my knowledge. We're way past the speedy trial date, way past. When the change of venue motion was brought up, I believe that was the first time I came before Your Honor in early March. I want to say March 11th of this year, when the change of venue motion came into play. It was decided by Your Honor that wouldn't be decided until the 20th of June, I believe. That's over the 90-day mark right there for a speedy trial. That was denied, and I still don't understand how that was denied when it's clearly obvious that at minimum the venue should have been changed based on the fact of the magnitude of the matter. There's no possible way anyone in this county would not have some type of connection or some type of knowledge, whether they were told something by someone that they may know. The news reporting alone, just that alone, there's no way that this trial should be taking place in Waukesha County. That's obvious. That's obvious from the way the motion was presented, the coverage alone, the political campaign ads that plastered the defendant's face all over the TV every single day. Every time a political campaign was brought up, it made reference to this incident. Every single time. The fact that people have children that go to the same schools in this county, that people may have worked with the same people in this county. You yourself, Your Honor, stated that you at one time worked with the father of one of the people that was injured in this matter. That is a clear conflict of interest right there. You also stated for the record that not only did you work with this father, but that at one time they may have donated to I don't know if it was to you becoming a judge or I would have to look through the docket, but you said it on the record that they donated money to a cause of yours. You also stated that when you had gained knowledge of the incident and that their family member was injured in the incident, that you reached out via phone. I don't recall if it was text message or an actual phone conversation, but you put that on the record. You also stated that the nature of your relationship was strictly professional. I don't know about you, Your Honor, but I've worked numerous jobs and I know what professional relationships is and personal relationships. I've never had the cell phone number of anyone that was a personal relationship saved to my phone that I could reach out immediately when I learned something. That would constitute a personal relationship of some kind. Whether hanging out from time to time, having a cup of coffee, or hanging out time from time, grabbing a beer, or hanging out from time to time, watching a game, or anything of that nature. It would definitely be more than just strictly professional. That was stated for the record. Again, I go back to the Sixth Amendment again. In terms of when I asked for the motion for the evidence motion that I raised, that was denied without any explanation. That would be strictly to place in the evidence any unrevealed contract. That's under the Sixth Amendment. Clearly, there's been repeated violations of my Sixth Amendment. We all know that the United States Constitution is the law of the land, period. It trumps everything. We also know that any law repugnant of the Constitution is null and void. We know that. There's still no basis for the motions being shot down. Why was I not granted the motion for finding a fact? Why did it take so long for me to be brought my entire motion for discovery? Why was the motion to prove jurisdiction not verified? Why was the motion to dismiss the case for all the reasons I said not being granted? Which brings me to the motion to subpoena witnesses. I did everything that was asked of me by the court pertaining to those subpoenas. It was understood by the court that this is my first time ever having to do this. I didn't understand how to properly fill out the subpoenas, at which the prosecution volunteered that they would give assistance. The only assistance I received was for them to check to see if it was filled out right. That was it. That doesn't amount to any assistance. I was still left to fill it out on my own. And then when I did that, corrections still had to be made, which would verify what I was saying. I don't know how to do this. But I still complied to what the court asked of me. And even then, it was a big old thing about the subpoenas. I can't subpoena the plaintiff in the case. Well, how can I not subpoena the plaintiff in the case when under the Sixth Amendment, I have the right to face my accuser, which is the plaintiff of the case? So how could the subpoena not be filed? And how could the plaintiff not be called to the witness stand? That begs the question of, does the plaintiff even exist? Which it was stated for the record that not only by a witness, a Detective Casey, that got on the stand and said on the record that is an entity, which is not a living, breathing human being. And then it was stated again by you on the record, Your Honor, that the plaintiff is an entity. So the question still stands. How can an entity bring a claim if it's not a living human being? So where's the claim? Will the plaintiff in this matter, the state of Wisconsin, be allowed to testify? Would they be allowed to be in the courtroom? No, they will not, because they don't exist. Therefore, the claim doesn't exist. For all those reasons that I just stated, the case should have been dismissed a long time ago. Once those issues were raised, this case should have been dismissed. And at the very minimum, it should have been dismissed because those still have yet to be proven. We're still talking about jurisdiction. That's been being asked for over a week. There's still no providing of license to practice law yet. Not even by you, Your Honor. Why was I not provided with a certified copy of your oath of office? Why would you not state the name that is on file with the Secretary of the State? Or I made reference the first time to the Secretary of the Treasury, and then you stated on the record that it's the Secretary of State, even though you knew what I was referring to when I asked. You referred to your name tag, but that's not the name registered. We both know that. So why wasn't that proof verified? You gave me a copy of your oath of office, but it's not certified. So how can I verify that that is the true oath of office that you signed? How can I verify that is valid? That's the reason why I asked for it to be certified, which you stated for the record you will not do that. You never stated any legal reason why. I have the right to ask for that legally. I also have the right to call any witnesses to assist my defense, which is the main reason why I subpoenaed the plaintiff in this matter. I also have the right to challenge all relevant laws in this trial in terms of their intent, interpretation, fairness, enforcement, and whether they serve and protect the people. From my knowledge, the design of the statutes of the law was written for the common people to understand. So that would mean the final determination or interpretation of what the law says comes down to the people. You know this, Your Honor. Are you not a public servant? You also know that this docket sheet is inaccurate. Every filing up until the point that I started representing myself was filed in a name that was represented by all capital letters, which is not my name, nor has it ever been my name, nor have I ever seen that name or individual. Every single filing or paperwork was all in capital letters. Ever since September 29th, roughly around there, now everything starts to go to lowercase letters. Why is that? What prompted the sudden change? I still have filings that have all capital letters, which I state every time I come into your courtroom, Your Honor, that that is not my name, nor do I consent or agree to being called that name. I'm merely here as a third-party intervener on behalf of my client. Did I accept for value in return for value? We go through this every time I come here. Every time. You bring up Illinois versus Allen when we had the issue of me being removed from the courtroom. We went through that where Illinois versus Allen states that there are 3 options when a defendant is being disruptive in court. You stated for the record that you identified a 4th one, which is not cited anywhere in that case. It's not cited anywhere. So the question would be, how did you come up with a 4th option that's not written in that case? Did you take it upon yourself to add this 4th option to justify denying me my constitutional right by being present? You could have done the 3 that were stated. Any one of the 3 you could have done that were stated in the case. Nowhere does it say you can create a 4th option. Not upholding my constitutional rights. I'm sure you know about Title 18, USCS 2381, which states that it's treason not to uphold your oath of office. Treason. You repeatedly make judicial determinations that clearly prejudice in my defense. And then when I question you about, are you making judicial determinations, I'm repeatedly shut down. Which leads to today. The constant push not to have an informed jury. Not giving legal valid grounds on objections, not noting objections for the record to make sure that the record is clear. I'm sure somewhere in the jury instructions, you informed them that the state of Wisconsin was bringing the claim. But then you make the judicial determination that I'm not allowed to ask questions about the plaintiff. That's clear bias. And it prejudices my defense. You know also that you have an electronic filing system. I find it hard to believe that I was told yesterday about my subpoena for the plaintiff that I had to wait for a filing in a timestamp when I've seen it done numerous times in just a few seconds right in front of my face. When the prosecution needs something filed, it's filed immediately. I have to wait, or I have to wait till the next day. That's a clear bias and a clear prejudice to my defense. Obviously, the court knows that I'm not privileged to the same filing system. Which brings me to the reason why I brought up the issue of assistance of counsel. Under the Sixth Amendment, I have the right to assistance of counsel. It doesn't say anything about representing yourself without assistance of counsel. Having counsel represent you and having assistance of counsel is two totally different things. You, Your Honor, gave me paperwork that was a waiver of counsel. We both know that any contract can be altered if I don't agree to certain terms. I crossed out everything in that paperwork that I did not agree or consent to, and specifically wrote on that paperwork that I do not waive my right to assistance of counsel. At the very least, I should have been awarded a standby counsel. Not someone to represent me, to speak for me, but someone to help me do things in a timely fashion. Get things filed in a timely fashion. Get motions together in a timely fashion. Make preparations to get things done that I don't have the privilege to do in my current situation of being housed at the Waukesha County Jail. I gave you back that paperwork and you accepted the paperwork that I altered, that you understood that I didn't agree and consent to those things that were altered. You accepted it and you filed it. That is in the record. I have copies of the same paperwork that you accepted. So when you accepted that with no objection, that becomes a tacit agreement. But yet I'm still forced to come in here with zero help. I think it's clear that prejudiced my defense. Knowing that the prosecution has everything that they need for this matter at their fingertips. And I have to jump through every hoop possible to even get things filed in a timely fashion. It was stated for the record that the unit that I'm housed in the Waukesha County Jail, and per jail administrator Angela Wallenhoff, that I'm only allowed out of my cell for a few hours a day. So I'm roughly locked down 22 hours a day, not given the privilege to access everything that I should be able to at the time that I should be if I was general population. Arrangements could have been made months ago for me to be at least in some form general population with an upcoming trial. reference was made to being able to use LexisNexis or whatever it's called. We call it the law library. That may be the easier way to describe it. I'm only allowed to access the law library at certain times during the day. The rule of the jail is that when you're not in the day room, you can't access the law library, which is on tablets. We are not allowed to have those tablets in our cells. That prejudiced my defense. How can I work on my case? How can I look up certain case laws? How can I do any of this if I don't have full access to it? I even suggested some type of order that could be made by the court to allow me more time out of my cell, or to talk to jail administration about allowing me more time out of my cell to be able to use those when needed. And to be frank, in a proceeding of this magnitude, there should not be even a time where I don't have access to the materials that I need. If I'm not in the courtroom or sleeping, I should be awarded the time to work on this case, seeing as how I only had a couple of days to prepare for a trial of this magnitude. Which brings me back again to the change of venue again. Even right now with trial going on, there's still political ads being shown every day that reference this incident. There's still talk throughout the jail about it. There's been a ton of hate mail received to the jail since the beginning of this. It did die down for a little bit, but it picked right back up the closer we got to the trial. Hate mail that comes from people right here in the city of Waukesha. Which gives more credibility to the venue needing to be changed. Yet and still, that was denied. It's impossible for impartial jury to be found in this county. And that's not to discredit people in the county that can be impartial. It would be unfair to say that no one can be impartial. That wouldn't be accurate. But with the level of scrutiny that this whole incident has, the reporting, the Facebook groups, the constant, there were Facebook groups created because of this. The reporting live stream on Court TV has comment sections where a lot of insensitive and nasty things are said. The sheer insensitivity of some of the things that are said on there. I know a lot of people probably don't care about what I'm about to say, but it still needs to be said because it's truth. The fact of the matter is, that I have children too, family too, loved ones too, that also have been ridiculed and had their names dragged to the mud and have threats towards them. Loved ones that had to leave their home because they were getting threats thrown through their mailbox. Children that didn't feel safe going to school because they were getting bullied behind what was being said. And that's not to sweep anything under the rug whatsoever. To constantly say and report this incident as attack, terrorism. It's unfair and it's insensitive. It's a definite tragedy, definite. And that will never be swept under the rug. There's always going to be healing that has to take place. It's going to be difficult. And that should not be swept under the rug whatsoever. But it's very insensitive and unfair to not recognize that there's many other victims that never is talked about. And for people to paint a certain picture, mostly from this county, to put this picture out there, it's not only hurtful, but it's insensitive and it's not true. I'm sure the court read through the motion for change of venue. I'm assuming, though it was a lot of paperwork in those motions, I think it was obvious that the venue should have been changed. Obvious. It's too many connections and it's too close. It's too close. If there was any chance for a fair trial and an impartial jury, it should not have been in this county. But yet it was denied without any validity. Zero. There's so much bias that's going on that and even with all this, for the record, we still have no proof of jurisdiction. We still have no bond on file in the docket sheet. We still have no plaintiff. We still have no claim. We're not sure of the relationship between you, Your Honor, and a father of one of the people that was injured. We're not clear on that relationship, no matter how well prepared the speech was, because it was a prepared speech. That was obvious. Where's the proof? I just asked that same question. Can an affidavit be given that there is no bias, no conflict of interest, and no interest in the outcome of this case? There still is no proof if you hold the full judicial power of the state, or is it the military power?
Mr. Brooks, I've given you about 50 minutes to make your various arguments. You've now repeated yourself a number of times, so I'm going to turn to the state to see if they have any response. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I'm going to summarize what I just heard by quoting from a case from the Eastern District of Wisconsin, federal case found at 2022 Westlaw 3045190.
Can you repeat that last?
I'm so sorry. 3045190. Retzloff versus Moran. This case is talking about many of the topics that Mr. Brooks has now recited to the court, and simply states the majority of Retzloff's filing is incomprehensible jargon and cut and paste legal mumbo jumbo. Sovereign citizen theories are frivolous and wholly without merit. And the court goes on to cite to Bay, B-E-Y, versus the state of Indiana at 847 Fed 3rd 559 on pages 559 through 560, a 7th Circuit Court of Appeals decision from 2017. Mr. Brooks knowingly.
You didn't call out that name, nor do I know any individual by that name, Your Honor.
Please do the courtesy of not interrupting the state, as they did not interrupt you for over the almost 50 minutes that you spoke. Thank you. Please continue.
Your Honor, the record is very clear that Mr. Brooks knowingly, willingly, voluntarily, and intelligently insisted on representing himself in this trial. He has no constitutional right to stand by counsel, none whatsoever. The court patiently went through the form and advised him of many of the things he's complaining about here today: the resources of the state, the knowledge of the law, his ignorance of the law. And his words to this court, and I quote to the best of my ability, "It don't make me flinch one bit." That's what he told this court, whatever it was, 2 weeks ago. Now he's here complaining over and over and over again how unfair this is to him. It's highly offensive. I don't know, because unfortunately I was talking to my investigator if he accused this court of treason, but I certainly heard that word come out of his mouth, and it is absolutely shocking that he would throw such a word around so loosely in this courtroom. This court has been exceedingly patient, exceedingly respectful of his rights at every turn, at every turn. I want to address this claim that he only had 3 days to prepare for trial. It's absolutely a false statement. The record should reflect that he does have 3 banker's boxes on his table. The record should reflect that every time the state calls a witness to the stand, he swiftly and easily turns to those boxes, which appear to be alphabetized or organized in some fashion by the public defenders who turned it over to him, and quickly removes the folder of the witness who's testifying and effectively cross-examines that witness using notes from the public defender. We know that because he's tried to confront witnesses with the notes from the public defender. He is not going into this blind or with one arm tied behind his back. They did all the homework, and he's simply sitting here reading their notes, reading their cross-examination questions, and asking the questions, and then going on to his ridiculous questions having to do with his belief in the sovereign citizen movement. There's no way
this record would reflect that this defendant is not adequately prepared for trial. He's never asked for a speedy trial. He makes conflicting statements. On one hand, you violated his rights because it's taken us so long to get to trial. And on the other hand, we're rushing him to this case and he hasn't had adequate time to prepare. He is not denied access to legal materials in the jail. The record is very clear from the jail administrator. It should not be confused. He misleads this court intentionally to say, I only get out of my cell 2 hours a day. That is a fact. That is for his own safety so that other inmates do not inflict physical harm upon him. He has access to a tablet. He has access to a computer. Whether he chooses to ask for those resources is up to him. I would also cite the court to U.S. ex rel. George versus Lane, Lane, 7th Circuit Court of Appeals at 718 Fed 2nd 226, where a pro se defendant attempted to complain on appeal about his lack of access to a computerized legal research system, paralegal training, or law school education. The court rejected that contention and said, once a defendant has asserted his right to refuse counsel and conduct his own defense, he has no constitutional right to access those resources. And again, you warned him, Judge. You fairly warned him. And he basically acted as if you were insulting him and said it didn't make him flinch one bit. Much of the last 50 minutes, which this court has graciously extended him the opportunity to go on and on and on, is nothing more than legal mumble jumble. He's reading from some typewritten transcript. I can see that from where I'm sitting. I don't know who's giving him these materials, but he has an agenda here. It's to stall, delay, disrupt, intimidate, and it's not going to work. Thank you.
Objection to that. Your Honor, that's a load of crap.
Mr. Brooks, it's my opportunity now. I gave you about 50 minutes.
I just want to object to the disrespectful comments that was just made. I'm not trying to hold you up from what you're gonna say, but that's a load of crap. For her to sit there,
Mr. Brooks,
for her to sit there,
objection is noted.
for her to sit there, Your Honor.
No, it's my turn. Let me go through this. I graciously gave you 50 minutes to raise all these various points that you want to bring up. I then gave the state an opportunity to respond. That is the proper procedure. I followed decorum. I followed civility. I did not interrupt you. The state did not interrupt you. Your objection to their characterization, it's noted for the record. I am going to render a decision at this point. Please listen, and please do not interrupt. As I indicated, the defendant spoke for about 50 minutes, raising a litany of complaints and issues and theories regarding his view of how this case has proceeded. Many of these issues, if not the vast majority or even all of them, have already been addressed by this court in one way or the other. Looking at, for example, his complaints about change of venue. It is true this court denied the change of venue motion. The court made a record at that hearing. I stand behind that record and that decision. The arguments made regarding that decision, which I would note he has yet to file an interlocutory appeal challenging that, are nothing more than speculative without a basis in law or fact. To say that this jury is biased would be a complete miscarriage of justice and a mischaracterization of the process this court painstakingly took in order to obtain a fair and impartial jury. There is absolutely nothing on this record before the court throughout these proceedings to suggest that this is a biased jury. I stand behind my previous determination and the process that this court went through, including initially calling an unusually large panel for which the clerk of court's office sent the initial qualification questionnaire, and then ultimately a case-specific questionnaire was sent to approximately 1,400 jurors or potential jurors. There was ample opportunity for the parties throughout the proceedings leading up to the end of August to review those materials. There were numerous strikes for cause that this court entertained. Even prior to that specific hearing, the parties met, they conferred. The state agreed not to challenge the vast majority of the challenges to jurors brought by the defense. Then there was the hearing. Then this court, at jury selection, allowed for an indefinite number of strikes for cause. Many were granted, if not all. And then even on the day that the jurors were brought in, the court provided the jurors with a supplemental questionnaire dealing specifically with the issue of exposure to the political advertisements. And then each party had the opportunity to exercise 10 preemptory strikes, which is well above the number of strikes allowed for by statute, which would be 6 based upon the homicide charges, 1 extra for the alternates, which would be 7. But out of an abundance of caution and in the interest of justice, the court gave each side 10, for which many of those Mr. Brooks chose not to exercise. And then pursuant to state law, the clerk of court chose names to strike by lot. Again, there's nothing on this record before the court to suggest that this jury that we have is anything but fair and impartial. And I take issue with the characterization that they are anything but. They've been diligent, they take notes, they are attentive. They come to this court, as the case law says, there's a presumption that they come to the court without bias. And it's through the jury selection process that the parties and the court ferret out that bias. Many of the jurors who were brought in were struck for cause. Many others were not. But ultimately, we have a fair and impartial jury. As I listen to the litany of issues and arguments and complaints raised by Mr. Brooks, I would note that they are all unsubstantiated, conclusory allegations and assertions without an adequate basis raised in law and fact. There's been several misstatements by Mr. Brooks regarding either the record that's been made, items that's been provided to him, or the basis for the court either sustaining, I should say, or overruling objections, for an example. There's been a mischaracterization of his rights that he claims to have. As I have stated repeatedly, your constitutional rights are not absolute when you're in a criminal trial, meaning your First Amendment right is not unfettered. It is frankly no different why the case law is very clear. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. No one has a First Amendment right to do that. In a criminal case, the parties have an obligation to follow not only the Constitution and the statutes that are applicable, but to follow criminal procedure, the rules of evidence. That is what circumscribes the rights that a defendant or the state has in a criminal trial. The issues you raise, for example, regarding subject matter jurisdiction are baseless, they're frivolous, and they're not anything this court needs to address further. The fact that you now are asking questions about whether this is admiralty court or a military court or a court of competent jurisdiction is frivolous. This court has jurisdiction over the criminal cases brought before it by the state of Wisconsin. In this particular case, these are allegations that criminal conduct occurred in the city of Waukesha. The city of Waukesha is within the county of Waukesha. This court sits as an elected official in the county of Waukesha to hear these types of cases. That is clear. The only argument or relief that I could discern through the course of those 50 minutes was Mr. Brooks's request that this case be dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. And as I have just indicated, this court has jurisdiction. It's not been raised. Let me rephrase that. The issue has not even been raised properly. There's never been a written motion. There's never been even an oral motion that would comport with 80201, which requires that the basis for the relief being requested be stated with specificity and be based in law and fact. The vast majority of the points that you raise, sir, are issues that you can raise on appeal. It is true, you have a right to an interlocutory appeal. I would not be the judge to decide any of those issues. So the fact that you complain about what I do, it's noted, the record is going to be very clear, all right? I have a court reporter who's taking down the record of everything that is said and done in this courtroom when we are on the record. And so I don't have to all the time say it's noted for the record because we're on the record. I sometimes do that to hopefully make it clear to you or to note it. I don't always do that, but I'm not required to do that. You raise issues concerning, I guess, plea bargaining. I have never been made aware that you would want to change your plea in this case, and that you're not aware of the state wanting to do that. That is the first time any such issue has been raised, and I see it as a distraction and as simply a statement made by you as part of the litany of things that you are not perhaps pleased with. As far as my conduct in this case, I already addressed those issues. I'm not going to revisit issues related to my familiarity with the father of one of the victims. That was done very early on. I made a very thorough record, and I gave the parties at that point an opportunity to address that after they had ample time to digest that information. While it's true you have a right to seek substitution of judge, it is not unfettered. There was a time limit for that.
Hi guys, so just an update. I am watching the clock. The clock has stopped on Court TV. I'm not sure what that means, if they're going home for the day, if they have a verdict. So I'm just kind of looking in. I only say that like that because there has been a time where I've been here and the clock stopped and And then it was able to and then we had a verdict come in, and everybody had left the chat, but the jury was still there. They said they wanted the extra time to complete the forms and stuff. So yeah. So we shall see. You say, Sarah, you say in regards to that one? It's hot here. If you talk about the temperature outside, burning up hot. Yeah, so they took the, wait a minute. So they took the clock down. Let me see if Court TV gonna update their banner. Hey, Sarah and Avia. Oh, okay, so they have said the jury went home. Yeah, I noticed the clock stopped. I don't see anything saying that they went home just yet, but I don't doubt it. I'm just waiting to see if I see anything so I can relay it to you guys. Okay, Sarah said they went home. Okay. Oh, we got a couple confirmations in it. I didn't see it. I don't know. Maybe they said saying it because I can't hear it. I'm just reading the screen. So that looks like we'll be in day 3. Verdict watch. Tomorrow we will be starting the returned mail unalive trial. I will send out the alert for that. Libby said, good, let's call it a night. Shout out to the AC, says Pretty Brown Girl. Verdict watch and mail trial. That's right. You got it, Moki. As soon as I find out, I'm trying to get an exact time on when they're going to start the mail trial in the morning. As soon as I get that, then I'll go ahead and get that sent out so everybody can hit their alerts. If not, just go to the channel page. You'll be able to see it. Yeah. Another day bites the dust. Y'all keep your fingers crossed. I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. And I think they're going to have that Slender Man hearing tomorrow too, to see about releasing her. Interesting. So we should see about that. Oh, no problem, ACC. It's my pleasure. I appreciate y'all just playing around with me, and we learning stuff as we go and playing musical chairs. And so it's definitely my pleasure to bring it to everybody. And I appreciate being able to be in all these trials and cover it and get everybody's opinion on how everything goes. He said my own podcast. This like a podcast, right? Look, girl, with all these trials that I be trying to get in, you say you going to have you enjoyed the multiple feeds today? you pretty brown. You was in one room and just got there. Hey, Granny. Thank you. Oh, from Scotland. Gone, girl. Gone, girl. The watch clock has stopped. Oh, snap. That's what it say on my screen. Oh, wow. You would pay for it? Really? I don't even know what I would talk about, except for besides these trials. Because my life is not interesting at all. Oh, wow. And shout out to all the mods for working it, because boy, they had to work it. They was in all 3 rooms working it today. Yeah, work out there, and thank everybody for just being respectful. And we all just remember, I know we all make mistakes. These words, these caps, these rules, Look at Sarah. Sarah said, yes, she know how to do that. Zach, don't be calling her out. Thank you, Sarah. She said, don't be calling her out. Yes, yes, yes. Everybody, good night. I will see y'all in the morning. I will send out the alert. If you don't see the alert, just go to the channel. We're going to be covering both of those trials, and we'll have the Ali open for verdict watch. Hopefully they wanted to sleep on it and they coming back early with a verdict. Right? And y'all remember, y'all in the right place, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys, y'all have a great evening. I will see y'all in the morning. I was waiting on you, Pretty Brown. I was trying to say it real slow. I see you in there typing your emojis in. Get it, girl. I ain't even go in until you get finished. That's right. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, gang. I will see you guys tomorrow. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Take it to trial, and we out.